Okay, get ready. Testing, testing. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Today is February 12th, 2025. We are the Board of Sarasota County Commissioners meeting at 1660 Ringling Boulevard in Commission Chambers, Sarasota, Florida. We have all 5 of our commissioners present here this morning, and we will move into the invocation. If you can stand, please stand. We have Wendy Crisp. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. As we gather here today, we pause for a moment of reflection and gratitude. We give thanks for the opportunity to serve and the blessings of living in a community where we can make a positive impact. We ask for wisdom and clarity as we make decisions that affect the lives of those who live and work here, and for guidance in every choice we make to ensure we act in the best interest of all. May our hearts be filled with kindness, and may we always remember the importance of looking out for one another. Help us to keep our families, neighbors, and the well-being of our entire community at the forefront of our thoughts and actions. Grant us the strength to work together, to support one another, and to approach each challenge with a spirit of understanding, compassion, and care. We ask for your blessing on our work today and every day. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Next, we are going to move on to the pledge. And this morning with us, we have Adam Sokolowski. Coming from our Parks and Rec Department, Sergeant First Class Adam Sokolowski served 22 years in the Army, earning numerous honors for his dedication and service. His awards include the Meritorious Service Medal, Joint Service Commendation Medal, 6 Army Commendation Medals, 5 Army Achievement Medals, and 7 Army Good Conduct Medals. Additionally, he received Global War on Terrorism Service Medal and the Afghanistan Campaign Medal with 2 stars. Sergeant First Class Sokolowski was deployed to Afghanistan in 2010 as part of our Operation Enduring Freedom, where he further demonstrated his commitment to duty and excellence. And sir, I would just like to say thank you for your service. Thank your wife, who was here with us yesterday, for her service. It could not be understated, and if you would be kind enough to lead us in the pledge this morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, sir. Okay, just some quick housekeeping for this morning. The board may break for lunch as needed throughout the day. Attendees interested in specific agenda items should plan accordingly. We will move into the open to the public section, and I will read this into the record for everybody here, please. There's a 3-minute time limit per person. This time is reserved for persons desiring to comment on items not scheduled for a public hearing. Persons wishing to speak at open to the public shall complete a request to speaker card, including the number of the agenda item, or, if not an agenda item, the specific topic to be addressed. Comments on scheduled agenda items will be heard first, followed by up to 5 speakers related to the topics not on the advertised agenda. Any remaining speaker cards will be held for the final open to the public session at the end of the meeting. And I will take just a quick minute as a public service announcement. It's good to see so many people here with us in chambers this morning. I want to make sure that we're all very clear that during this process we are respectful to our IT department, our clerk's department, the individuals that come to speak, basically saying no loud applause, no boos. We want to make sure everything is, for the record, accurate and to the best of our ability transcribed efficiently. I will move into the first thing, but before I get going, Sandy Gilbert, I have here that is on agenda item 1, open to the public. This is the only card I have at open to the public. However, Ms. Gilbert, if you would like to come and speak at the dais, but it's my understanding that perhaps you may want to speak on agenda item number 2. If that's the case, we will ask you to wait till agenda item 2 is presented. Ms. Sandy, are you here? And if you want to talk about anything other than that agenda item, you are certainly welcome to, sir.
On number 1,
General? Very good, sir. Okay. Sandy Gilbert, you are recognized for 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning again. I'm Sandy Gilbert. I am the CEO of START, which stands for Solutions to Avoid Red Tides. I'd like to do just two things this morning. First, thank you for your grant that helps us update our educational materials that tell people how to deal with red tide, and also our pond program. Secondly, I'd like to give you an update on the START-led Healthy Pond Collaborative Pond program. We have, over the course of that grant in the last couple years, visited 100 different communities along the Sun Coast and provided funding that has planted 25 miles, that's right, miles, of new pond shoreline along the Sun Coast. Very exciting achievement. And because of that, the Barancik Foundation, which gives us this money, has given us more money for another couple of years. And part of that money we are putting to the Quad Parcels project to rewild that. And we will be part of phase 1. And we will be able to provide, along with the Sarasota Bay Estuary, who we're working with, a great deal of plant stock for that project. So I'd like to again thank you and hope you are as pleased and proud as we are with that kind of achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we will be moving into the public hearing section of our agenda, and allow me to read this into the record. The Sarasota County Charter requires that evidence and testimony presented during public hearings shall be under oath. Persons presenting evidence and or testimony are required to complete and sign the request to speaker card, of which we have quite a few here this morning. Time limits are as follows. The presentation from the petitioner will be 20 minutes. Citizen comments will be 5 minutes per speaker, unless otherwise determined by chair, and petitioner rebuttal will be 5 minutes. With that being said, given the copious amounts of cards that we have here from the public, should you feel so inclined to agree with the speaker in front of you or previous speakers, please feel free to call that audible. However, we do want to make sure that we hear from everybody here this morning. Please take your time, and we will move on to the presentation and start with staff. Matt Osterhaus is here with us this morning. Matt, it's yours.
Chair, good morning. Matt Osterhaus, Director of Sarasota County's Plan and Development Services Department. At this time, it may be wise also to read into the record the public hearing.
Okay, very good. We will go ahead and read agenda item number 2, which is the public hearing to adopt ordinance number 2024-076, approving rezone petition number 23-30 for property located on Raymond Road, south of Palmer Boulevard, and bordered on the west and north by the Celery fields, to rezone approximately 50.82 acres from OUR to RSF1/PUD zoning district. Very good, sir. Mr. Osterhaus, it's your floor.
Good morning, Chair. Board, for the record, Matt Osterhaus, Director of the Plan and Development Services Department of Sarasota County, and I have signed my speaker's card. This is just a quick statement for the record that I did meet with each one of the commissioners individually to talk about the contents of the staff report. And with that, I'm going to introduce Everett Farrell, who's our lead planner on this petition. So, Everett.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Everett Farrell, a planner with Sarasota County Planning and Development Services, and I have signed a speaker's card. This petition is being requested by the Cindy L. Smith Revocable Living Trust and is being represented today by Kelly Klepper with Kimley Horn and Charlie Bailey of Williams & Parker. We'll first hear from the applicant's presentation, followed by a brief presentation by myself from staff and additional clarification, including addressing any questions and concerns. I'll now welcome the applicant up to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. You are recognized, and you will have 20 minutes this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, County Commission. I'm Charlie Bailey. I'm a land use attorney and partner with the law firm of Williams Parker, and have submitted a speaker's card. I, along with Kelly Klepper and the rest of our consultant team, are here on behalf of D.R. Horton, the rezone applicant. We're here before you with a proposed comprehensive plan consistent rezone petition, which meets and we hope will demonstrate that will actually in some instances exceeds the county's applicable standards and criteria. The subject property is 50.82 acres in size. We're requesting a rezoning of the subject property from OUR to RSF1 PUD with binding development concept plan and conditions. By the rezone petition, we are seeking the authorization to develop a 126 unit single-family subdivision. This is the development concept plan because neither I nor any member of my team had the opportunity to talk to the commission about the staff report that's before you. I just wanted to note out some changes. The cover memo did mention some changes that have been made since the Planning Commission. I'm going to touch on those very briefly. The layout of the project has not, in fact, changed, but we did receive some meaningful feedback from the Planning Commission, which has been used to refine our application. So what's before you is an RSF1 zoning designation. We were seeking RSF2 at Planning Commission. We have changed that to RSF1, which is the least dense RSF zoning district permitted under your moderate density residential designation that's applicable to the project. Consistent with that, we reduced the number of units from Planning Commission from 170 to 126 that serve to reduce our density down to 2.48 units per acre. And we enhanced the buffers closest to the celery fields to provide an entirely opaque natural wood fence to shore up the buffer closest to the celery fields, in addition to providing steps that reduce or limit the height within the project, that limit the lighting within the project, and that mandate certain earth tone roof colors so that we ensure compatibility with the proximate celery fields. We obviously know, as dense as I might be at times, we know that this project has great interest, and a lot of people have expressed concerns. One need only look to social media, and I'm not on social media, thank goodness, the letters and emails that you've received and the seats that are filled here today. And we know that concerns and even objections are not unusual with an infill project such as this. It's the most difficult because there are usually existing land uses around you. You're the last piece of the puzzle. And so through that, our presentation, we'll be addressing those things that we think we've heard the most feedback on, which are compatibility with surrounding land uses, most primarily the celery fields, and stormwater in light of the 2024 stormwater season that we had and the workshop that I know that you had back on January 21. But we are going to demonstrate to you by competent substantial evidence that this petition is consistent with your comprehensive plan and meets, and in some instances exceeds, some of the applicable, or all of the applicable requirements contained in your Unified Development Code. By way of background, the subject property is 50-plus acres. They were acquired by the Smith family from 1963 to 1970. They contain 2 single-family homes, entirely comprised of improved pasture. It's currently used for grazing of livestock. There's no native habitat at all on site. The Smiths were neighbors to Fancy Farms. If you look in the upper left-hand or upper right-hand corner of the 1974 aerial, the Smiths were neighbors to Fancy Farms, the Ferlisi family, and other ag lands that the county acquired in the 90s to construct the Celery Fields Stormwater Control Project, which has evolved into the county-owned Celery Fields passive recreational use that we all enjoy today. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you see the development that occurred from 1974 to 2004, the Meadow Walk subdivision that is RSF2. We're proposing RSF1, and Deerfield subdivision to the south, immediately adjacent to the south cell, is RSF3. All of those residential single-family land uses, which are more dense than ours, have existed compatibly with the celery fields for the last 20-plus years. A lot of the focus has been celery fields. You'll have some way out east. The focus was the subject property with the celery fields, but we think some larger community context is important. Sarasota County is building its own 4-story county administration building at the north edge of the celery fields property, 4-story multifamily to the west of it. Commerce Park wraps around the west, along with County Fire Station and soon-to-be development, Planning and Development Services building. We've got an industrial park on the west edge of the celery fields, Deerfield, other single-family subdivisions, Meadow Walk, and then Tatum Ridge Elementary School. The subject property is designated moderate density residential under your comprehensive plan, which allows up to 4.99 units per acre. We are requesting a density at the bottom end of that range at just 2.4 units per acre. The property is within the urban service boundary. It's not the eastern edge of the urban service boundary. The edge of the urban service area is 2.4 miles to our east out to Lorraine Road. The subject property is zoned OUR. We are proposing RSF1 PUD. As you can see, Meadow Walk is immediately across Raymond Road, just like our parcel is RSF2. We're seeking RSF1. RSF3, you have some homes have beautiful views looking out over the celery fields. In light of the fact that we are within the urban service area, I'd call your attention to future land use objective 3.1. That's bolded there, and US Objective 3, which the objective of which is to encourage infill development within the urban service area. as I mentioned at the outset, being an infill development project, it's very, very difficult and must be done right given the existing land uses that surround the subject parcel. The last piece of the puzzle, and I think that we hope that you'll see the great effort that D.R. Horton went into to ensure that this property is done appropriately in the right way that's sensitive to the celery fields and all of the other development that's around it. With regard to outreach, county requires one workshop. We had 2 workshops. We had multiple meetings with the Audubon Society representatives and other stakeholders, which truly did shape our project. And at the Planning Commission meeting, we didn't just jump through that procedural hoop. We received feedback, and it was used to redesign our project. And it did shape our project positively. It was painful, but it was positive. And I think that you'll see that realized in our project today. Now, much of the concern, public concern that we've had is with regard to our proximity to celery fields. And which is very understandable, but just want to note a couple of other instances that this is not unique. This is the Palermo project that's on State Road 681 that I personally worked on. The County Commission approved it by ordinance 18-19 in May of 2019. And it is zoned RSF2. It shares a common boundary with Oscar Sharer State Park and has a wetland that straddles the property. And we worked very hard with the park ranger there who manages the park to see that our interface with Oscar Sharer Park was done properly. And we borrowed from and used conditions from that approval, learned from that, and embedded them in our approval that's before you today. And there are other examples. Red Bug Slough, you can see the development around it, which is more dense than what we're proposing, up to 9 units per acre and up to with the RMF2 and 6 units per acre with the RMF1. And Urfer Family Park, which is also likewise compatibly surrounded by residential development. We hope that you'll see that we have thoughtfully designed our project with respect to neighbors on all sides to achieve compatibility with surrounding uses. I'm now going to turn it over to Kelly Klepper, who's going to walk you through the project and address compatibility and compliance with the comp plan and county UDC.
Thank you, Charlie. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Kelly Klepper with Kimley Horn and Associates, and I have signed a speaker's card. I want to first start off by saying a couple of things. One, we went into this project with an open mind. We listened, we asked a lot of questions, we had a number of meetings, and we started looking at a number of different things. It had been very simple and easy just to say, hey, here's what we're doing and kind of blow and go. But this project has continued to kind of morph as we've received additional input, achieving even greater consistency with the comprehensive plan and more so compatibility, especially with, as Charlie pointed out, the residential developments immediately adjacent to and surrounding this property, but also with things with respect to transportation, with the open space, with stormwater, with flooding, with respect to the environmental features in and around this area. We went through and we actually have a document we're going to submit for the record, some additional consistency and compatibility, not only with the comprehensive plan, but also with the land development code, but also with the PUD and the process itself. So as Charlie said, you know, the project itself, when you look at this map, has not changed. What has changed is an overall reduction in the amount of units that we're proposing, a reduction in the number of single-family detached, a reduction in the overall density, an increase in setbacks, buffers, opacity, and I'm going to walk through those in just a second. And more so looking at the amount of open space. The open space as is currently defined by your UDC, we have achieved over 45% open space through the use of the buffers, the centralized lake feature, as well as some of those additional setbacks. Again, using the definitions in the code and the compatibility components from the comprehensive plan and the code to understand and better be able to explain and understand, we've gone above and beyond in a lot of different cases. One of the things we heard early on was we want to emulate the plantings that are actually approved by the county and adopted and installed along the celery fields itself. So working with the county, we identified what are those limited species that we would be willing to provide, and it was an easy ask. So in essence, what we see here are the same types of plantings that not only encourage the wading and the birding, but also emulate what we see across the street. As Charlie said, we've gone above and beyond when it comes to the buffers. When you start looking at, your code, and I'm not going to say, oh, it's only a 6-foot buffer, but what we heard very early on was, we like this from the Audubon. And so we said, okay, we can do this. We, in essence, have gone from, I'll say, a 6-foot required buffer to over 60 feet. That's from I'm not even saying including the sidewalk, that's from the right-of-way line, so 60 feet. And along the area that you see here, especially with the pink, is what we're calling a type A buffer. Right now, your code says you shall have a minimum of a 0.1 opacity. Actually, through our plantings, we're achieving a 0.7 opacity. And as Charlie said, we've also included a wood fence that's going to be planted with native vines that actually increases the opacity up to a 1.0. Again, 10 times not only the setback, but also the buffer and the opacity standards themselves. What this does, in essence, it creates a similar type of wetland buffer, double row of trees, plus the fencing and everything else that further reduces any visual impact that could be considered along this property. This just kind of gives you a look from across from the celery fields, what we could envision to see if approved with the native vegetation. Again, looking at not only what will be installed, but also what we can do right at the very beginning. Because there is a county drainage easement that bisects a portion of this along that southern portion, we've identified a buffer type B. And in this one, again, you can see we're still providing that 60-foot setback. The opacity on this one is at least a 0.5 through the planted, but a 1.0 with the fence itself, plus the additional plantings. Again, what you start to see, what it will look like at the end of the day is the same split rail fence that you have across the street, the additional setbacks, opportunities to create some additional habitats for the species, but then moving towards there again, what you would see if you were driving north along Raymond Road itself. So Section C, this is the area adjacent to the adjacent residential. There is a watercourse buffer that the county has. This is actually a canal, so we've offset from an additional 60 feet on that, retained, of course, the grand tree, and then starting to emulate what is along the top of the canal itself. So in a nutshell, from a compatibility standard, I know we're fairly tight on time, just want to make sure we get this across. You know, your standards say 6 feet with a 0.1, and I know that's just the minimum standard. We've gone 10 times and we listened. We've gone to 60 feet. We've also provided a minimum 70% opacity without the fence. With the fence, it goes to 100%. We've identified limitations on height. We've identified limitations on lighting, all of which came out of productive discussions with the Audubon Society and our neighbors. In a nutshell, we are compatible. Compatibility is defined by the state. This is straight out of the state statutes, Florida Statutes 163. When you start looking at this, the biggest item that you'll start to see is that, there again, over time, there are other things, and it's not a thou shalt equal. If that was the case, we'd all be living and working in one-story buildings that emulated what we constructed back to 100 years ago. More importantly, as Charlie said, policy, and this is, again, just a quick summary of Future Land Use Policy 1217, as far as compatibility and working towards how do we achieve and start to minimize or mitigate some of those potential or perceived. Charlie, I'm going to hand it back to you at this point. I know we've already kind of discussed this, especially with the stormwater facility and separations.
Okay, but this is information that's in the staff report that reflects the distance the project will be from the celery fields. I'm going to touch upon the conditions that are included. I'm going to highlight Condition 3, which would prohibit streetlights from our internal roads. Meadow Walk to the north of us has streetlights. Deerfield to the west of us has streetlights. Adjacent celery fields, we heard lighting is an issue, so we prohibit any streetlights within our project. Condition 4 is belt and suspenders. It provides additional lighting standards that limits the maximum light that can be perceived or detected at the project boundary. Condition 5 mandates that all homes along our north boundary and west boundary along Raymond Road across the street from celery fields will be no more than 20 feet high. The code allows 35 feet, and all residential subdivisions will be limited to 20 feet high. And to the extent that roofs are visible from the project, there'll be earth tone colors to respect the celery fields as across the street. With regard to dark sky lighting, we've got a representative of what that will look like. We selected this image because it's our north driveway. It's the area we do not have a buffer where the buffer is pierced. And that's an image that would be depicting the subject property at 8 o'clock in the morning. And on the bottom right-hand corner is the same perspective, but at 3 a.m. in the morning with a full moon, no light pollution around it, just focusing in on this project alone. And the cars here have been removed so that you get a clear view of the backlit signs and the lighting within the yards. What's around us? This is an image I took on November 16 on the west side of Celery Fields of Raymond Road, looking in a northeast direction at Meadow Walk. You see sandhill cranes foraging in the foreground. This is on the west side of Raymond Road with Celery Fields at my back, looking at the Meadow Walk. This is along the southern edge of the southern cell. Path that looking due west. You rotate 90 degrees, you look north, you see the beautiful celery fields. You flip a 180 and you see houses right there looking out over the celery fields. Same thing, this is a Deerfield to the south. On the north edge of the celery fields, you see the county's 4-story county administration building, which is the same flood basin stormwater basin we're in, and also in the 100-year floodplain. And a 4-story multifamily building to its west. This is the perspective from approximately the county admin building, looking at the mound over the celery fields. Y'all are going to have a really nice view from your offices. Looking north along the celery fields, the south cell to the west, you see the PID, ILW, and PCD zoning, industrial warehousing type uses. And this is the same image. This is an image that Kelly just showed you. This is the sidewalk that leads to the boardwalk along the south cell, looking at our buffer that would be visible from visitors of the celery fields. This is at the path along the southern edge of the south cell that I showed you images of from the Deerfield subdivision, looking in a northeast direction. That's compatibility. With regard to stormwater, the time remaining, as you know, the county measures to the 100-year storm event. Our system is designed by Horton Associates, and Andrew Pluta, a son of Kelly Pluta, is our project engineer, who has designed the project to not meet your 100-year storm event, but to exceed your 100-year storm event, to accommodate not 10 inches of rain over a 24-hour period, but 11.8 inches over a 24-hour period. And as you know from this January 21 workshop, that's almost a 500-year storm event. We're doing that voluntarily, not waiting for any revisions to be made to the code. Moreover, as you know, that the system must be designed so as not to exceed the rise and flood stages of up to 1/100th of a foot, and we will certainly be meeting that. That's not just our adjoining property, but anywhere in the basin. Roads, as you've heard, are part of the stormwater system. You can have up to 12 inches of water within internal local roads. We're going to limit ours not to 12 inches of rain in a 100-year storm event, but limit it to only 3 inches of rain. The county itself can have on its arterials and corridors 9 inches and 6 inches of rain, respectively. We're limiting ours to 3 inches. Regarding stormwater quality, our project is a flat pasture. It just sheet flows into the water and out Philippi Creek to the bay, untreated. Obviously, ag uses are not the most desirable in terms of water quality, and ours will obviously provide treatment and attenuation. Obviously, we're in the 100-year floodplain, as noted in the staff report, noting that the county admin building is also in the floodplain. But that's okay as long as you provide floodplain compensation, as the county did through the Fruitville Initiative. We likewise will be providing floodplain compensation for our project, just as Meadow Walk did, just as Deerfield did. And that's permitted under Future Land Use Policy 1.2.5. And as reflected in the staff report, we will demonstrate that our system does not adversely affect the function of the floodplain. For what it's worth, the Smiths property, their homes on this property did not flood during Debbie. We've also incorporated other things voluntarily, such as not reducing drainage easements, such as we are not going to exceed 50% impervious surface. I know Spencer touched on that at your workshop. That's something that's applicable, a standard applicable only on Siesta Key, that you don't have more than 50% impervious surface. That's something you may consider. We are not going to have more than 50% impervious surface within our project. So we're already embracing some of those options that the County Commission discussed on its January 21 workshop. Traffic concurrency law obviously no longer applies in Sarasota County, but Raymond Road nevertheless was evaluated under FDOT standards, and the project operates at an acceptable level of service. Our trips, since we've reduced our total number of units from 170 to 126, that serves to reduce our traffic actually from 170 to 164 p.m. peak hour trips to just 123. So we are even more compliant than what's reflected in your staff report. I would just note that as we run out of time, that as Kelly indicated, as a professional land planner, that we're consistent with a comprehensive plan. We comply with the requirements of the Unified Development Code. We're concurrent with regard to all applicable facilities. In fact, we're going to exceed the county's concurrency standard with regard to stormwater, and that we're going to design to almost a 500-year storm event. And we're compatible with surrounding development in light of the significant open space, the incredibly opaque buffers, and not just wide buffers and dense buffers, but thoughtfully planted with native plantings found in this part of the county. So with that, we would respectfully request your approval of our proposed rezone petition, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant from this board at this time? Seeing none, thank you. Next, Everett.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, for the record, Everett Farrell with Planning and Development Services. As previously stated, this is a single-part land use request to rezone approximately 50 acres from OUR, Open Use Rural, 1 unit per 10 acres, to the RSF1 PUD, Residential Single Family 2.5 units an acre, Planned Unit Development Zone District, for the purpose of constructing a 126-unit subdivision. The property in question is located along Raymond Road, adjacent to the celery fields. This is an overview of the future land use designations that are present in the area. The subject parcel is shown in the black hatching in the center of the page. That is moderate density residential. Road, which is a local road, in 2 locations. One item of note is that this is the sole residential development that would have direct access to Raymond Road. Development would surround the central stormwater feature. Approximately 55% of the property is located within the AE flood zone. Buffers surrounding the site would consist of 30, 50, and 70% opacity, with the greatest opacity facing the celery fields along Raymond Road. A wooden fence, both split rail and solid, has been added to the buffer locations facing the celery fields and residences south since Planning Commission. Density in the immediate area ranges from 1 unit per acre in the Shadowwood and Shadow Oaks developments to 3.5 to 4.5 units per acre in Meadowwalk, Otter Creek Estates, and Deerfield Estates. Similar density to the request can be found in the Sylvan Lee development to the south of the subject property, and current zoning for both the subject property and the celery fields, once again, is OUR with a density of 1 unit per 10 acres. Buffers on the site exceed the UDC requirements along Raymond Road, as shown on this slide. Buffering adjacent to the celery fields consists of a range of opacity between 50 and 70%. Buffer cross-section C, which is shown in green, facing the existing residential areas, shows the code required 30% opacity with a 60-foot buffer. As was previously mentioned, a split rail wooden fence and opaque wooden fence has been added to the buffer areas adjacent to the celery fields and the southern areas adjacent to the existing residential, and that has occurred since Planning Commission. To assist with your findings of fact, staff has conducted a consistency analysis, which can be found in the staff report for this item. The proposal can be found consistent with policies related to infill housing, creating housing within the urban service boundary. The proposal may be found inconsistent with future land use policy 1.2.17, which speaks to mitigation measures between properties and uses. You may or may not find that the proposal is compatible with the surrounding area as it pertains to land use, density, separation, or buffering. There are 6 stipulations that are being proposed for the project, including a binding development concept plan, construction of a crosswalk along Raymond Road, 2 different lighting requirements for the development, one being no street lighting and the inclusion of a lighting plan, and the inclusion of deed restrictions limiting the roof colors within the development. And a 1-story height restriction that is located along Raymond Road for any residential construction. Lastly, should you choose to support this project, this slide contains the suggested motions, and I'll be here for any suggestions or questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Everett. Do we have any questions from this board for staff at this time? Commissioner Smith, you're on the board, sir.
Thanks, Everett. The one comment I have is that looking at all the stipulations, I'd like for them to be carried forward to all properties that we do out east. In all honesty, the buffering, the lighting, these are all the things that folks in Old Myac and actually down in Venice, what I'm hearing lately, would like to incorporate. So I commend staff for whoever came up with these, but let's put them in our back pocket and bring those back for those other developments. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Seeing no one else on the board at this time, thank you, Everett. We will now go into our public comment portion of our hearing.
Chairman, I apologize. I was going to move into the record a copy of our presentation, the materials Kelly referenced, and he was also going to hand those up to you if that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will be now moving into our public comment portion of our agenda this morning. We do have considerable amounts of public comment cards, and what I will do is read 5 names into the record. After you hear your name, please, I think we'll just line up, it looks like. Can we, hey, Matt? Matt? Can we use that front row right there? Is that opened? It's all good? Okay, thank you. We'll call the 5 names, and after you hear your name, please just go ahead and have a seat in the front row. That will make the process a little bit quicker and perhaps more efficient. So first on the comment speaking list is Sophia Hackmar, followed by James Yasik, followed by Andromeden, Andromeden or Andromeda maybe. There's no last name here. Then Michelle Ron, followed by Emily Steeb. Those are the first 5 names. If you've heard your name, please line up in that front row. Good morning, Sophia. You are recognized, and you will have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Sophia Hackman. Oh, sorry. My name is Sophia Hackman.
Good.
I'm 15 years old, and I am a volunteer bird naturalist for the Celery Fields. I am also a leader of the local Florida Young Birders Club. I've been volunteering for Sarasota Audubon for about 2 years, and I've been a bird watcher for as long as I can remember. You've just heard the case for the petition, and later you will be hearing cases against the petition, but I would like to present how this will affect me, people my age, and people younger than me in the future. Birdwatching is a huge part of my life. It's a way for me to unwind, to make friends, and it always provides me with new goals to achieve. Some of the best experiences of my life have been while I was birding. Recently, I decided to dedicate myself to sharing this with others, especially people younger than me, because I want them to find that same passion that I did a while back. When I try to remember when I started birding seriously and where I learned most of what I know today, the first thing I remember always is the Celery Fields. Celery Fields is a great place for beginners. Not only does it have a huge variety and number of birds due to the carefully cultivated habitats provided by the preserve, but also Sarasota Audubon has many dedicated volunteers who are always happy to help and answer questions. Most parks nearby don't quite have an environment like this, where birds gather in both abundance and diversity in one place for nearly the entire day, and more experienced birders are always there to guide you. I take advantage of this often with my Florida Young Birders Club walks. On our walks, we can have up to 12 kids and their parents, and it's always a wonderful experience to have this community. Celery Fields is our favorite location to go birding. Since most of our members are very young, it's an excellent location for education because we are surrounded by all these birds. Taking advantage of this, we can help them get started on their own birding journey. This is why a complex of 126 houses cannot be built on the Smith Farm property, because if that happens, if the county commission votes yes on this petition, the Celery Fields will never be the same again. Being a birder has changed my life for the better, and I don't know how I would have gotten started if not for the Celery Fields. Saying yes to this petition would stop kids just like me from finding that passion. Celery Fields is such a special place, and the only thing that we should ever do to change it is to improve it. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is James. All right, time out, ladies and gentlemen. Let me revisit the rules here for you. Please be respectful. Now, this young lady did a wonderful job coming up, taking time out of her day, and she's 15, right? 15? Great job, great job. But not everybody has the constitution or the ability to get up here and speak. Let's please be respectful. Let's please make sure that everybody is heard. Our clerks need to be clear on everything that's said, and also just make sure you speak into the microphone so that tech gets it. If you would please do me that kindness today, I hope I don't have to say it again. We're all adults here. We will respect the process, and we will all do a great job, and everybody will be heard. Thank you. Next is James Yasik, followed by Andromeda. Maybe there is no last name when you get here, if you would provide your last name for me. James, you are recognized, sir. You will have 5 minutes.
Oh, hi, my name's James Yesket. I'm a resident of Sarasota County, and I signed the card. I don't have any prepared remarks, but in following our previous speaker, I'm also a birder, and I really, the Raymond Road and whole Celery Fields provides a unique birding experience because it has an incredible diversity of birds, and it's accessible. You know, people can go to Raymond Road Boardwalk who can't go out to Mayaca or the more remote areas that frequently have birds. So, you know, the idea of building 120 homes starts with land use or land work, excuse me, and infrastructure work, and that's going to be tremendous. And you know, when you get to the Celery Fields in the morning, there's usually an east wind. The noise, the smell will be, you know, will cause, you know, damage to the birds will not like it, and a lot of them will probably leave. I think, you know, the traffic, you know, if it does get built, traffic on the road, there's going to be dead, you know, people will be greeted with dead birds and dead animals on a more regular basis. I'm not sure what the traffic burden is, but I know it'll be more than 1,000 cars a day, you know, extra on that road. And, you know, it just seems that the Celery Fields is such a unique place. There's been such an investment in it, and people from all over come to it. It seems like the public benefit of building another 170 homes in this specific location, I don't see the public benefit. You know, I know we need more housing, and the commission approves more housing, but in this location, I think it's the wrong thing to do. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Andromeda. Oh, good morning, young lady. If you would be so kind as to pull your microphone down, and could you tell me your last name?
My last name is Andromeda Ray. My last name is Ray.
Can you spell that for me?
R-H-E-A.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours. You will have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name's Andromeda Ray, and I'm 9 years old. I live in Sarasota, and I don't know everything, but I know one thing that's for sure. Celery Fields is very important. People really care about all the animals and the plants that live there. So today I'm going to talk about my love of Celery Fields, why Celery Fields is so special, and how it affects me that you want to build so much. First, I love the amazing view from up so high, but no offense, from what I saw yesterday, all of those buildings, they kind of mess up the amazing image, the scenery. Since I'm talking about the buildings, I'll just say it. When you build in that area, it doesn't do a lot of good. In fact, it does some damage, and when you kill or cut trees, it hurts the tree and can damage it badly. Truthfully, cutting down trees destroys birds' nests in trees that were cut down. Worst of all, where you're planning to build in could be flooded easily, and that is so terrible, it'd be just as bad as the huge flood of Laurel Meadows. Now, I like to say this for my mother's good friend, Angie. Angie loves going to Celery Fields. She enjoys the fresh air. She loves walking around and getting the exercise and looking at all those amazing birds that you see. So, I think sometimes, when are they going to stop building? Once you've built a lot, you can't really take it back unless you take it all down. So, commissioners, I only ask one thing. Please don't build so much in Celery Fields or add it, because it could take away a lot of things that people enjoy about it. Thank you. Lastly, remember Jesus loves you, and remember that he cares about everything that God's created. Now, I better be going.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, young. And I will say, I'll break my rule. If you feel compelled to clap for this young lady, please do. Thank you. Next, we have Michelle Rain, and followed by Emily Steeb. You are recognized, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Can I present pictures?
Sure. There's a wolf right there. We can have the wolf, please.
There are a lot of reasons why I'm here to talk about why we need to pause development around Celery Fields. In the last 10 years or so, Sarasota has seen an explosion of population, not just in the city limits, but also in the county. I've been here for 35 years, and I've seen the boundaries of communities expand further and further into our shrinking green landscapes. Some concerns I have are overdevelopment and lack of infrastructure to support the influx of people, flooding in some isolated flood-prone areas, and worsening degrees of flooding and flooding even in new areas. But I'm not here to talk about that. I want to discuss the things that are really important to my family and my community. Just a few mentions, the local astronomy clubs that I have been privileged to be a part of in the past. They set up their free astronomy in the parking lot. This is the president of the local astronomy club here. And we set up at Celery Fields about 3 or 4 times a year. It's a wonderful sight to view the stars. These are pictures I took of the full moon through my telescope. And enjoy peaceful evenings and, of course, looking at birds. Since we're talking about birds, which I'm sure there are several groups that are here today to talk about just that, my sister and her husband especially come here from Michigan to visit, and they always find an opportunity to stop by Celery Fields, to hike up and down the trails, enjoy the ecosystem, bring with them their high-quality cameras to take pictures of the sunset. But that one's mine. I took from the top of Celery Fields. The landscapes, the trees, obviously most important to them, the birds. The more we build, the more threatened the birds are. The added density threatens their quality of life, the air pollutants. These are her words, not mine. From the traffic, water pollutants from sewage, chemical runoff, they all threaten a delicate ecosystem. We have seen the condos go up, new housing developments, expansions, and I just want to know, when is enough enough? We just need to take a break. I also want to talk about a lot of other things, but I have to mention my groups. Many school groups, homeschool, private, public school groups, and clubs that take field trips to the area to learn about nature. Our local agricultural groups that bring llamas and dogs out to walk the trails and practice or just enjoy the wind. My daughter's 4-H 4-Paws group has used the Celery Fields to practice to practice training and socializing their dogs to prepare them to show at state, which just happened last weekend. Standing up there yesterday, I was looking towards the interstate, feeling the wind in my hair and on my face, grass below, trees and birds chirping all around, enjoying the beautiful lakes. I feel a sense of freedom that's not found in the city, but that's been changing. I hope this is important to you as it is to my family in this community. Commissioners, please understand how important this is to us. The developers, planners, the Audubon water management districts, I know how painstaking the coordinating and communication must be and the tedious paperwork involved. I really appreciate the efforts that everyone has put in. I'm not saying no more building ever. I'm saying that this development is concerning, and I would like there to be no more new developments until independent studies can be conducted on the impacts on the environment through independent investigations of the impact of flooding due to all the additional developments and the infrastructure that desperately needs to be evaluated before we make any more decisions discussing the boundaries of this. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we'll have Emily Steeb, and I will call the next 5 names: Gloria Del Tavin, Beverly Cornett, Sandy Gilbert, Betsy Friedman, Chris Bales. Good morning, Emily. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am vehemently opposed to this rezoning of the Smith Farm property. I'm a native Floridian, and I have lived in Sarasota for the past 14 years. I moved here from Miami in large part because of my love of nature, and I wanted to get out of the concrete jungle and be surrounded by more natural areas. I'm a homeowner and registered voter in Sarasota County, District 1. I live 2.5 miles from the celery fields. I did not vote for development. And I am very sad to see the constant destruction of the true beauty of Sarasota, which is its native ecosystems. I visit the celery fields often, and it is my favorite place in Sarasota. It provides me and my local friends and out-of-town visitors with outdoor recreation, peace, and the enjoyment of nature. It is one of the few remaining habitats for birds in this now heavily overdeveloped area. It truly breaks my heart to see the paving over of our beautiful Florida paradise into ugly, massive concrete structures with all the condos, strip malls, and other tacky commercialized buildings, making it look more like Miami and less like what drew me here in the first place. It is sickening to now see all the building along Fruitville and Apex Road that is encroaching closer and closer to the peaceful and delicate ecosystem birds rely on and people enjoy at the celery fields. Building in flood zones also puts surrounding homeowners at more risk for flooding and devastation, as we have witnessed with recent massive hurricanes, and the increased traffic makes life more difficult and less safe for all of us. Dense residential development in this floodplain will be a complete disaster, will cause permanent harm to the ecosystem at the celery fields, the wildlife that depends on it, and will undermine public benefits from all of the millions of dollars in investments that have been made, and to the ecotourism. People come from near and far to visit. So I feel we still have a chance to stop this proposed assault on one of the last remaining quiet, peaceful areas of the celery fields that is a haven for birds, as well as human residents and visitors who love it and are sustained by its beauty. My heart breaks to think of the effects the rezoning of this property will have on the ecosystem, the bird population, and the humans who live in the area. The proposed rezoning is right next to really critical wildlife habitat where birds live and birders from near and far love to go to see them. The traffic, light pollution, and loss of a buffer zone for this vulnerable area will be devastating and will ruin something precious that cannot be replaced. It will harm the ecosystem, wildlife, birds, and eventually all of us, as well as future generations. If you have children or grandchildren, please think of them. Do you want them to live in a concrete jungle devoid of the true beauty of Florida? As a native Floridian who loves Florida's native ecosystem and wants to preserve the little that we have left, I'm begging you to please deny the rezoning of this property, RZ 2330. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Gloria Del Tavin. DeHaven, followed by Beverly Cornett. Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm Gloria DeHaven. I'm a registered nurse, and I work in risk and quality. And so I'm going to talk about this situation from that perspective. Okay, I'm not loud enough? So first of all, I do not live right next to this, but I do live east of the interstate, and I live in what was Sarasota Golf Club. And behind me is a subdivision called Volano, which was built by D.R. Horton. And I'm going to tell you that I have lived here for almost 50 years, and in that 50 years, I have stood before commissioners before and talked about stuff and had the planning, the developers say, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then I've seen it fail.
Ma'am, if I could just interrupt, would you make sure just to address your comments to the board and into the microphone? We want to keep the record straight. Thank you.
All right. So Volano did flooding It was not supposed to flood. But we had flooding coming down our roads on Leewin Drive. We had houses that were impacted during Debbie. All of that, and you can see the debris that's out there. And by the way, there's still debris out on Raymond Road and Niobe, et cetera, et cetera. So there's still things that are clogging the drains. Volano flooded. Buyer's market. This is not a market for we need more houses. We already have sufficient amounts. D.R. Horton actually has vacancies and is using their houses out on Palmer Boulevard as rentals. Our vacancy rate right now is 10.4%. And there is a sort of a slowdown in the building process. Drainage, we all know what happened after Debbie. And we know that the infrastructure in the county needs to be upgraded to some degree, or we need to be more prepared in advance for storms so that we don't have repeat incidents like we had before. Even county buildings that were under construction were underwater after Debbie. And so, in other words, we need to take care of infrastructure first before we consider building more buildings. Planning and development, we talked about. Love of birds, I understand. Birds don't vote, but these people do. And it is important that we listen to the people that are currently residents. I would say that Deerfield, Meadowwalk, Shadow Oaks, Sarasota Golf Club, Sylvan Lee, all were flooded. And there's still debris. Houses developed from the 1950s through 2000 have a different elevation, and some of those lower elevations are impacted by this potential development. I would say that I would encourage them, the two houses that they have on that property, maybe they did not flood, but the people on that property could not leave because Raymond Road was flooded, and it was intensely flooded. I proposed that they would withdraw their petition and that we seek some financial help from different millionaires, billionaires, and other places to create more watershed space that could be used as a park and help the community out and think in terms of the people who already live here. To me, to build here would be feckless. And I think we have to think in terms, and this is from a risk perspective, although you've gone from 172 houses to 126, that's 126 potential lawsuits that could be filed against the county should that property be developed and then with knowledge that there is a potential for flooding. That is pretty much it for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate your taking the time to listen.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Beverly Cornett, followed by Sandy Gilbert. Good morning. You're recognized, ma'am, for 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name's Beverly Cornett, and I just found out we're neighbors. I live in that area. We just purchased our home a year ago, and one of the reasons we bought it was because of Celery fields. I was a science teacher in Ohio, and I love nature, and that was one of the things I had to have was a park close by. That's a place I visit 4 or 5 times a week, and every time I go there, it is busy. There's numerous people there enjoying the area. Celery Fields is a place where we go to escape. It's not only a bird sanctuary, but it's a sanctuary for us as well. We're able to go there, relax, enjoy, and recoup from the stresses of the day. Nature is truly a way of rejuvenating ourselves, and there's not that many places available anymore. I know we need houses, but we've had so many developments. I think we really need to slow down on developing and rezoning. I think we need to consider places where people can find peace and joy. I was looking at the county website, and the Sarasota County website describes Celery Fields as a park that features several boardwalks with observation decks. It's part of the Great Florida Birding and Wildlife Trail. It's a place that you are advertising. It's a place that we should support and try to keep and maintain. By developing the land surrounding this area, it's going to chase away the very wildlife that we're going there to enjoy. Changing the zoning to allow 126 homes will not benefit the citizens of this great state. The addition of multiple homes, their families, and cars will massacre the tranquility that currently exists. The increased traffic and the noise pollution is not compatible with Celery Fields. What I'm doing here is just begging you to please consider the citizens of this county and think about, do we really need development by a preserve that we really truly enjoy, from the youth that was here to the older people that I'm sure are going to be talking. Thank you for this consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Sandy Gilbert. You are recognized, Sandy, for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you again. I'm Sandy Gilbert with START. You heard me before. I'm very impressed with the developers' concessions. I also particularly like Commissioner Smith's suggestions that we move them forward. However, I respectfully submit you are not prepared today to vote on this project. Why? I attended a flood meeting at Tiger Bay where your Spencer Anderson was there to answer these questions from all these people saying, why is my flooding? I'm not in a flood zone. And what was Spencer's answer? The obvious. Our 100-year LOS standards probably aren't working. That means you can handle 10 inches of rain in 24 hours. The developers have nicely improved that by 10%. The only problem is Debbie gave us twice as much rain as that. So the answer is, he kept saying, come to the March 12th meeting when we present what's wrong to the commission and they decide which of the possible options we present should be considered. So you shouldn't vote today because what do they keep saying? It's consistent, it's compatible, but it's compatible to something you're probably going to change in a month. Delay this till after you hear what your own experts tell you about stormwater and how it should be treated, because being compatible today isn't going to cut it. And you need to know what the options are, and then you can decide whether this development perhaps fits it or perhaps does not. I think you should do that. Thank you.
Oh, we almost had it. We were doing really good. All right, next will be Betsy Friedman. You are recognized, ma'am, and you will have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. This is my first time. My friend here, Chris, is going to help me with the PowerPoint. I'm Betsy Friedman, and I have filled out a speaker card. You good?
I just want to make sure, can I make this bigger or?
Put the square in the top right-hand box.
There's our commissioner helping us out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Slideshow. That's going to let it go by itself.
Do you know where it is?
No.
Oh, here, thank you.
And then full show on the left. What way to the left? Start from the beginning. We got technology coming to help.
Thank you. I should know how to do this by now.
You guys might want to give us training lessons so we can do this more
Restart
efficiently.
the clock, please? Can you
I'll be
restart the
fast.
clock? Thank you.
We paused it.
Thank you.
Well, basically, the gist of what I'm going to say is because of the initial staff report, the Planning Commission findings, and recommendations from the first stormwater workshop, I'm urging you to vote no on rezone 2330, please. So, as you can see, the staff report found that the contrasting features and the development patterns suggest that the proposed zoning may not be compatible with the existing neighborhoods. We're reaching a tipping point. At what point can the compatibility not be mitigated? Also, the Planning Commission recommended denial. At the stormwater workshop, both the expert and
there is a nexus between where flood damage occurs and where the floodplains are mapped, areas that are flood prone. It's almost a direct nexus. So putting more houses in areas that are designated as significant. Subsequent information Spencer is going to present.
What are you doing? It should still play.
Subsequent information Spencer is going to present. There is a nexus between where flood damage occurs and where the floodplains are mapped, areas that are flood prone. It's almost a direct nexus. So putting more houses in areas that are designated as significant flood prone areas is tricky. That's what leads to both flooding of people that end up living there. You can try to fill your way out of it, but if you get more rain than the 10 inches or what it's designed for, you can have problems. It can also result in impacts to off-site properties.
Be prone to clogging. Number 9, Steve mentioned this as well, is required development at the time of a rezone or a comp plan amendment. They have to show their concurrency with stormwater requirements at that time.
Subsequent information, Spencer. Subsequent information, Spencer. Subsequent. Subsequent.
Sorry. It's okay. We'll get it right next time. Anyway, as we can hear, today our applicant didn't present proof that they can achieve the stormwater mitigation. They said they had made some improvements and they had addressed some points in the recommendation, but we don't have proof of that right now. So, commissioners, please follow the recommendations of staff, Planning Commission, stormwater experts, and please vote no on rezone 2330. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Chris Bales, and I will read the following 5 names: Frederick Hallis, Wendy Hopkins, Harma Nijof, Sherry Lisker, and Rick Lisker. If you folks want to make your way to the front row, please. And Chris Bales is next.
Okay. I'll make it bigger again.
You can just exit. Hit the X in the upper right.
A new slideshow.
Oh, it is. Okay. Is this for Chris?
Yeah.
You're Chris.
Hi,
I'm sorry.
I'm Chris. Sorry.
There we go.
How you
Okay.
doing? Sorry.
All right.
I'm Chris
My apologies.
Bales, and I have signed a speaker card, and I hope my slideshow works. So there is a missing piece to the puzzle, or this is the last piece of the puzzle. But I disagree with Mr. Bailey. This is the last piece of the puzzle for the celery fields, not for overdevelopment. By now, it's clear that increasing density in a floodplain is a mistake. Past rezone developments in flood-prone areas have already shown the consequences. By now, I will share with you a cautionary example of what just happens. So you don't see what happens after you approve a rezone in the floodplain. So I'm going to show you about a development, 50 acres, same size property in the rural heritage area. And this property only got approved for 37 homes, and I want to show you what happened. Okay, so this is the nearby 49-acre parcel off of Palmer Road. It was rezoned to a 37-home conservation subdivision. Like the current rezone application, this 2018 rezone application did not require proof that stormwater mitigation would prevent off-site flooding from increased density in the floodplain. Instead, that proof was deferred to the development submittal stage. And I'm going to show you the applicant testimony at the Planning Commission workshop. Where do I hit play here?
With regard to stormwater, the created wetlands certainly go to that, but we'll be engineering our stormwater system to meet the county standards so that all the stormwater that flows onto site, we must accommodate, can't flow off site at any greater rate than it currently does, and it's got to accommodate that 100-year storm event. With regard to floodplain, those portions of the project that are located within the floodplain, as Don mentioned, under future land use policy 1.2.5, no development order can be issued for lands within the floodplain that would adversely affect the function of the floodplain, and which is at cup for cup. To the extent that you're filling the floodplain, you've got to compensate for that. But although it's before you would otherwise do that, Morris Engineering, the project engineer, has done some advanced engineering, determined that they're going to actually be able to exceed that. Not only going to not adversely affect the function of the floodplain, but we think they are going to benefit the function of the floodplain by providing additional floodplain compensation over and above what will be supplanted or replaced by this development.
So we were told it would exceed it. This 37-home conservation subdivision was approved on the 49-acre pasture, same in the high-risk floodplain. 6 years later, with 2 houses under construction, the development experienced off-site flooding without the impact of the major storm Tropical Debbie. This photo is from June 11th, 2024. This was a heavy rainstorm, but you can see most of the site work and the floodplain compensation work has been done, the stormwater mitigation to the 100-year storm level, and this is Debbie. Only 2 houses are under construction. 35 more are planned to finish this development, okay? Can you imagine if 126 homes were planned to be built in the floodplain? So what Mr. South said and Mr. Anderson is that even though you have the modeling, you can't fill your way out of a wetland, of the floodplain. And do you think this engineering exceeded the floodplain compensation? This is the same site. And during the Debbie, the floodplain properties experienced flooding. This is my street. This is the floodplain. So there's flooding here, but these properties here, during Tropical Storm Debbie, didn't have flooding. They weren't built in the floodplain. You can't fill your way out of a high-risk floodplain. The key takeaway, don't increase density in the floodplains. Don't repeat the past. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we will be hearing from Frederick Hallis, followed by Wendy Hopkins. You're recognized, sir. You will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a retired airline pilot, dealt with weather all my life, and I am very upset because after 22 years of living next door to the celery fields, I look out my back door and I see the celery fields out there. What I'm afraid of is, even in the last storm, 3 storms that we had last summer, if it wasn't for the 10 to 15 inches in the across from the celery fields, we would have been swamped, and hundreds of homes around the whole community there would be damaged, and that would cost millions and millions of dollars to repair. Water is something you just can't control. Based on the near disaster during the 3 hurricanes experienced last summer, we need to keep the open space of the farm to control the flooding of the celery fields. That, to my mind, yes, the birds are important and people love the area, but, you know, it just doesn't make sense for us to allow them to put barriers around the farm just to keep the water, control the water. It's going to flood the water that was in there the last storms last year was around 10 to 15 inches in the farm area. So if we don't have that anymore, it's built up, then the water's going to flood, and the millions of dollars we spent on the celery fields will be flooded, and the water will flow down to downtown Sarasota, which is why they built that complex in the first place. So, it just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I'm 90 years old, and I've seen it all. And this doesn't make sense. Please use your common sense and reject this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Wendy Hopkins, please. You are recognized, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Wendy Hopkins, an almost 50-year resident of Sarasota County. I remember actually crying last year as I watched the last cow put in a truck so that a huge apartment complex could be built, demolishing a beautiful field near the Fruitville Library. Now there's another huge apartment complex across the street and very near the celery fields, as well as another so-needed Publix. I remember when there was no I-75. I've seen so much destruction of wetlands that are euphemistically called progress. I used to speak before the County Commission on children's issues, but today I come before you to plead opposition to RZ 2330. This also interferes with the landing zone for many birds. The County Commission a few years ago made such a smart decision saving the celery fields because it created a new industry of birding that brings people from around the world. Putting homes in an area that floods makes no sense. The February issue of Time magazine has an article called, quote, Aligning Profit with Planet. And they quote, our current economic model is running out of runway. We've built a degenerative economy. There is no middle ground. The business community faces a choice between funding a future of abundance and fueling a legacy of loss. The time to make this choice is now, end quote. So I have a solution that would be a win-win. And I hope that Horton would consider donating that land to the Big Water Land Trust and get a full tax refund. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Harma Nigel. Okay, I've been pronouncing it wrong. You are recognized, ma'am. You will have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Harma Nijhoff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've signed a speaker's card, and I recommend denial of the rezoning of the Smith Farm. I've been a docent of the Sarasota Audubon Nature Center for over a decade. And in that role, I've educated and guided hundreds, if not thousands, of visitors. These visitors come from all corners of the world because the celery fields are known as one of the premier birding areas in all of Florida, not just Sarasota. I've witnessed many a visitor being moved after observing birds they've never seen before. We call these sightings lifers, and people will travel great distances to add to their lifer list. They then discover how amazing Sarasota is and spending their money in local restaurants, shops, and hotels. My concern is that the Horton development's proximity will negatively impact our beloved celery fields. The developers keep focusing on the fact that there was never habitat at the Smith Farm, but even empty land is habitat. We frequently observe birds and other wildlife in these fields. There will be many disturbances to that wildlife. First, there will be construction noise, including non-stop heavy truck traffic, hammering, heavy machinery for months on end. Second, once built, hundreds of residents will be driving day and night, creating constant noise on Raymond Road. Third, these houses will all have lawns that require mowing and blowing, and that contributes to the noise assault, not to speak of the pesticides they require. Fourth, residents will undoubtedly have pets that will create havoc on wildlife. For example, free-roaming cats kill over 1 billion, with a B, birds yearly in the United States. So it doesn't take much imagination to predict the disastrous impact of these cats on the celery fields bird population. Dogs will also adversely affect this pristine environment. There are three aspects to birding that we love: seeing the birds, hearing them, as well as enjoying a quiet and peaceful environment. If any of these aspects are missing, we birders move. We move to another location and will not return, and so do the birds. By allowing this development with its overwhelmingly negative impacts, directly and indirectly, you will destroy one of the top Sarasota County attractions. The attorney mentioned compatibility, perhaps with a certain developments, but there is zero compatibility with the Celery fields in this development. As the great photographer Ansel Adams said, once destroyed, nature's beauty cannot be repurchased at any price. I urge you, the Sarasota County Commissioners, to be visionaries and think about the long-term gain of protecting the Celery fields, a Sarasota gem. For these reasons, I'm against the rezoning of the Smith Farm. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Sherry Lisker, followed by Rick Lisker. You are recognized, ma'am. You'll have 5 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Sherry Lisker, and I did sign a card. First off, I'm not against development. I am for intelligent development. So let's talk about the plans to build 126 new dwellings across from the Celery fields in a 64% floodplain. Even if the developers put in a retention pond, think of Hurricane Debbie, which dropped 18 to 21 inches of water in 5 days. Even if you weren't hit by it, we are residents of Deerfield, which you did mention borders the Celery fields. My swimming pool overflowed, and I was wondering if I was going to have a pond in my living room. And hurricanes are getting more frequent and more severe, exacerbated by development. I certainly hope that the real estate agents who try to sell these homes inform their prospective buyers not only to think of checking out the price of flood insurance, but to bring kayaks, because that's the only way they're going to get out during hurricane season if that area is hit. I don't know if any of you got to see the aftermath of Hurricane Milton, the crowded maze of roads of the Shadow Oaks where fallen trees actually blocked people's driveways and entrances. We actually saw a huge live oak dropped in front of an entrance to a house. We wondered how the people would even get out. And by the way, most of us around there will tell you that that is our egress. That's our entrance and exit, not Apex Road for our brand new, as the other woman stated, Publix, which, yes, was so needed. Raymond Road, by the way, after Hurricane Milton, was impassable because it was so flooded. And even if you want to say, hey, the flooding comes from diversion, that is small comfort to the residents who can't get out. What are they going to tell their kids who they can't take to school? Hey, we have marble countertops. You want to put up lovely shrubbery and native plants to cover the dwellings nobody wants to see. The plants will be visible after the hurricane in the form of debris along the roads lining the Celery fields, including the rooftop tiles that they have taken with them. And this debris will take not days, not even weeks, but months to clear. Fences, by the way, took some of the worst hits. And I am convinced that the word debris is actually French for rotting vegetative garbage. Let's mention the neighbors who are going to be affected by this. When the hurricanes hit, Where is the water going to go? Not necessarily into your retention pond, which might overflow. Raymond is a small 2-lane local road. Despite the celery fields having been reconfigured as retention ponds, that road flooded. During Hurricane Debbie, floodwater was diverted to my development of Deerfield. The water on our street was level with our lake. My husband and I watched in trepidation as water crept up our driveway. What will happen when we have more homes? Imagine the TV coverage, but instead of the California fires, it will be of Sarasota underwater, and the once beautiful celery fields, the renowned birding spot that is nationally known as a haven for wildlife, now a crowded blight on the landscape, a desolate flood zone, which it might turn to, birds gone, coyotes and bobcats roaming the sidewalks of
Thank you, ma'am.
developments
Ma'am.
since they no longer have
Thank you.
habitats.
Thank you.
Oh,
We're on a
sorry.
time schedule. We need to keep moving here, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. We will now hear from your husband, Rick, followed by Sue Herring, Jay Morhofer, Nancy Edmondson, Kathy Paris, and then Jono Miller. Rick, good morning. You're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Rick Liska, hi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So part of life is about risks and taking chances. When it's important enough, you want to reduce the risk as much as possible. So what do we have here? The Celery Fields is an amazing Sarasota resource. We are all blessed to have this. Thousands of people visited each year, shared by both local residents and out-of-towners. I don't know if everyone on the commission or board has visited the Celery Fields between 8 and 11 a.m., especially between November and April. But if not, you would see hundreds of people coming not only every week, but sometimes every single day. And what does this mean, having hundreds and thousands of visitors? A huge amount of income for local businesses. People drive distances to come to the Celery Fields. They come to see the birds. They buy snacks and eat in local restaurants, and they shop in local stores. But they come for the birds. And what a diverse population of birds there is. Wonderful place. I didn't think I would get into birding, but lo and behold, it is pretty amazing. Now, understand, there are many other birding sites in Florida, many, 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 but the Celery Fields is special, and we're lucky to have it. But the Celery Fields, with a development like this, what are we willing to risk? Are we willing to risk the beauty of the Celery Fields by building a huge development right across the street from this wonderful site? Now, it was interesting that the lawyers for the developers talked about the administrative building that is being built, which is all the way on the other side of the main birding areas of the Celery Fields, where the two gazebos are. Those seem to be the main birding areas, plus the area by the Autobahn building. So the question really is, if they build this with all the water problems and all of the noise that's going to happen, do they and do we know all of the risks? The possibility of destroying this habitat would all start with the birds not coming back. They can't say, oh, don't worry, they'll be back, this won't affect it. But if the birds don't come back, then the people who visit won't come back either. Lost beauty, lost income, a lost paradise. And all because this development has to be in this specific location, so close to the Celery Fields. It can't be because there is a shortage of housing, when I'd guess more than 1,000 apartments have been built somewhere close to the fruitful library. I don't see the benefits of yet another development at this location. But all I think about are the risks. Destroying a natural wonder that so many people love to put in yet another development. One of the things that the lawyers for the Smiths mentioned was, oh, look at all the development by Oscar Park. Well, I rely on Google. Oscar Park is 1,400 acres. Celery Fields is 400 acres. So we have to take everything into consideration. This picture that you see is of our lake and our street. But lo and behold, you don't see our street because the lake flooded into our street. This is what it looks like during Debbie or Milton. It's only going to get worse because this is what Raymond Road, which I couldn't get to, looked like. So please think of all the birds, think of all the people, vote no, and that's about it. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir. Next will be Sue Herring, followed by Jay Merhofer, if I said that correctly. Good morning, ma'am. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Sue Herring. I'm a Sarasota Audubon volunteer, board member, and head docent out at the Nature Center at the Celery Fields. One of the things visitors often mention is, we wish we could have something like this where we live. We have something unique here, and while we realize that the Celery Fields began its life as a flood control area or water control area, with the addition of bird and wildlife habitat, it has transformed into something quite unexpected and a lot bigger than we imagined it ever would be. We're getting people not just throughout the country that come here because they've heard of us. We're getting people from all over the world. Stop in our nature center sometime and check out our map. We have our visitors pinned on our map where they're from, and they're all over. I don't want to repeat everything other people have said, but one thing that I have noticed with construction, because D.R. Horton is putting in a development where I live up in Longwood Run, it doesn't take a few months for construction. You're talking years. It's going to be years of heavy trucks coming and going just to get the land graded, get the utilities in, and all the other things that go with putting in a subdivision or putting in a new development. And traffic gets crazy because you have to watch out for these big trucks going in and out on a two-lane road, which is what Longwood Run is a two-lane road up on the north side of town. And when there are storms, stuff gets flooded out on the street, in spite of their assurances, with the apartment buildings that were built near the library. The dirt and debris and stuff, a lot of that blew into the North Ponds and Ackerman Park, and the birding, the wildlife we used to see there, the birds and all, they're kind of few and far between. That might eventually cover up, but we don't know that. We've lost so many birds because of loss of habitat and the storms. The flooding is a huge issue, and similar to the people who have spoken about that, I would hope that you will postpone your vote until you know more about it, because if they build and we get more storms like we've had this past 3 storms, we're going to be in big trouble. Yes, we need homes, but not there.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Jay, and if you would be kind enough to pronounce your name at the microphone.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jay Marhofer, And I live in Palmer Ranch. I'm a small business owner, and I did sign a card. I support thoughtful, economically, and ecologically reasonable development in our county. I believe a landowner has the right to sell his property, but that right does not come with a guarantee of rezoning or a financial windfall. I think most people here, and it's been pretty unanimous so far, we would agree that good governance means doing the greatest amount of good for the greatest number of people. And this is often a matter of economics. So it's in that spirit that I address you today. Approving this petition would have two economic results. First, the developer, D.R. Horton, and the property owner would profit substantially. The county's primary benefit would be recurring property tax revenue, a figure of about $6,000 per year per the 126 homes in this development is a reasonable estimate, which would be about $750,000 a year. Now weigh that against what would be lost, which is the financial stimulus to the county from birding and ecotourism visitors. As an example, on Sunday I was at Celery Fields and at 2:30 p.m. and there were 30 cars in the parking lot just for that small window. So let's assume that over peak season, we have 10 unique out-of-town visitors a day, just 10. And they're spending 3 days on average in Sarasota because this is a primary reason for their draw. So that's about $900 per visit. And just in season alone, that amounts to about $1.6 million per year of financial stimulus. Let's take a quarter of that during the off-season, $400,000. We're now looking at $2 million a year of financial income for the county, which is 3 times what the property tax income is going to be from this development. Even if you take half of these numbers, it's still more valuable to keep Celery Fields and the tourism that comes with it. And I think everyone here that is a visitor to Celery Fields knows that my estimates are conservative. Now, the developer, D.R. Horton, may say, well, why can't we have both? We can have the property tax revenue and we can have the ecotourism and birding visitors coming in. They claim that the site is far enough south from Celery Fields that careful development won't disturb it. But the appropriate response to this, and I think of young Andromeda and what she said, is what if they're wrong? You know, it cannot be replicated. Celery Fields cannot be replicated, and this parcel, once developed, cannot be undeveloped. As we've said, the mere act of development and construction, the noise, implementation of water, sewer, utilities, traffic, lights, and the ongoing human habitation will no doubt affect this ecosystem. And one thing we know about complex ecosystems is that they're delicate. This is not a chance worth taking, especially given the economics that have just been outlined. So I thus encourage the board to deny this petition. The short-term financial gains for a few will pale in comparison to what Sarasota will sacrifice economically on a recurring basis, and in terms of its reputation as a vibrant destination for nature-based tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next will be Nancy Edmondson, followed by Kathy Paris. Nancy, you are recognized for 5 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Nancy Edmondson, and I have signed a speaker's card. Since moving to Venice, I have been fortunate to have careers which complemented my education as the horticulture agent in the Cooperative Extension Service, Director of Horticulture at the Marie Selby Botanical Gardens, and as an environmental specialist in the Natural Resources Department. My most recent role with Sarasota County government was as a manager for several properties purchased under the Environmentally Sensitive Lands Protection Program. As a volunteer, since my retirement, I participated in the local Audubon Society's Christmas bird counts for 3 decades, and since my retirement, I have been a bird naturalist at the Celery Fields for 7 years. When I first birded at the Celery Fields, it was only a mountain of fill, a place for us to perch, waiting for the barn owls to emerge from the abandoned barn on Center Road. And there were open water ponds, home to rafts of ducks during the winter. Some years later, a brilliant plan was hatched to provide stormwater abatement in the Philippi Creek watershed and to develop a series of ponds of various depths as a refuge for wildlife in what 100 years ago supported agriculture. To cater to the human need Adjacent areas for recreation were included. Over the years, the surrounding areas morphed into more industrial businesses, more government facilities, more and wider roads, and more residential housing. The Celery Fields has also grown, but incrementally. The addition of the quads will further enhance and protect the wildlife refuge by creating a buffer between the established Celery Fields and urbanization. What we hope won't significantly change is the open space on Raymond Road opposite the South and Walker cells. The catastrophic events of last summer remind us of our vulnerability and that nature is the controlling and influential force on this planet. The Celery Fields is a significant part of the region's stormwater utility, but last year's events show us that what's in place is just not enough. On January 21st, Mr. Anderson and Swa presented reasonable, thought-provoking advice to mitigate the effects of disastrous events. There were over a dozen options proposed at the stormwater workshop. To me, the options lead to a pause in development or to encourage far more rigorous scrutiny of developments, especially in floodplains. And by the way, the city of Zephyr Hills is in their second year of a moratorium, and Manatee County is considering that now. Other formidable options include no fill in special flood hazard areas, no developments in high-risk areas as Zone AE, and to add more floodplain storage, for example, at the Celery Fields. Conversations need to continue to implement changes as in our memory and in the future, storms did and will exceed regulatory standards. Considering the planned high-density development at the Smith Farm, the development's impacts to existing residents, the conservation efforts, and flood storage courtesy of the Celery Fields, I ask the Commission to please deny rezone 23-30. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Kathy Paris, followed by Joan O'Miller. Good morning, Kathy. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning. I am Kathy Paris, and I'm a member of Sarasota Audubon and a volunteer there, and I've been asked to read a letter that was submitted by Emily Duval, professor of biology at Florida State University. I speak for her. Members of the Board of County Commissioners, I'm a professor of biology at Florida State University, and I specialize in animal behavior and ornithology, the study of birds. I am also president of the Animal Behavior Society and an elected fellow of the American Ornithologists Society. I'm an expert in evaluating scientific evidence about birds and in communicating it to the public to support informed decision-making. Human development affects birds. Urban areas consistently have fewer bird species and lower overall bird numbers. This is the case even at moderate levels of development. There is no one part of human development that is solely to blame. Instead, this decline happens due to multiple factors, including outdoor cats, the #1 cause of bird deaths, chemical pollution, which affects bird health and reproduction, reduced food supply, as pesticides kill the insect birds they need to survive and feed their young, noise pollution, it interferes with communication and parenting. Light pollution. It disrupts the timing and performance of natural behaviors. Collisions with buildings and vehicles, especially near habitats that, like celery fields, are crucial stopover sites for migratory birds. Wetland birds are particularly sensitive to human activity near their breeding sites, and these species are abundant in the Celery Fields Regional Stormwater Facility. Adding over 100 houses next to Celery Fields would worsen these threats. Birds can't just move somewhere else. A 2019 study in Science, one of the world's top journals, found that North America has lost 2.9 billion birds since 1970. Nearly 30% of the total population. Human activity is driving this decline faster than birds can reproduce.
Birds provide major benefits to people. They improve mental and physical health, support local economies, and even increase property values. Protecting bird habitats also protects human communities by improving water quality and reducing stormwater runoff, an issue directly relevant to this proposed development. Building houses next to celery fields is bad for birds and bad for people. Please consider these facts when making your decision. Again, I'm speaking for Emily Duvall, Professor of Biology, Florida State University, and I thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you say that was a Florida State University professor? Yes. Oh, we may have to strike that from the record here at Sarasota. No, I'm just kidding. Would you be kind enough, if you'd like, could you just maybe give that copy to the clerk, and we can have a copy if that's so. If you need it, we could make copies, but maybe put that in the record for us. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Jono Miller. And let me read the next 5 names, please. We have David Hines, followed by Renee Ram. Reenie. Thank you, ma'am. Followed by Sarah Thomas, Sue Gardsky. If I said that one correctly, please correct my vernacular when you get to the microphone if I've said it incorrectly. And then Damani Wood. Mr. Miller, you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, I'm John O'Miller, speaking today as a private citizen and 54-year resident of Sarasota County. I'm not representing any group, and I've not been paid for my research or comments. Can the Smith Farm be developed at 2.4 units per acre? Absolutely. If we can take a small island in Sarasota Bay, destroy the habitat, and create bird key, I'm sure we could do this. The question is, should it be developed at 2.4 acres? And that's what brings us here today. You're being asked to use common sense in the comprehensive plan to determine if a previous county commission's future land use plan mandates apply. Here's what your staff said, that it could be both compatible and incompatible. The proposal may be found incompatible as it relates to dissimilar land use and intensity in relation to the celery fields. They noted that the future land use map is a maximum limit, and they stressed site characteristics and compatibility with surrounding development patterns. Now, they wrote that the proposed zone district is consistent with the future land use map, but what happens when the future land use map is not consistent with common sense? The first goal of the future land use is to maintain a map that is based on the environmental characteristics. I've been an environmental consultant for 49 and a half years at this point here in Sarasota. I'm having trouble discerning what environmental characteristics suggest this would be a good location for medium density residential. What are those characteristics? The most significant is that the site is the remnant of a major freshwater wetland that became the most productive farmland in the county and is now a famous wildlife destination. The second most significant characteristic has to do with the flooding. It's a 5 square mile watershed, low topography, and it's notorious for flooding. Staff noted that approximately 100% of the site is located in the FEMA Zone A. You see it there. If we go back and look at the Philippi Creek Master Plan from '94, you'll see references to many previous years when the site flooded. This is the Corps of Engineers map from 1962 after that flood, and this is the location of the Smith Farm. It was tempting to think all that was behind us, and then came Debbie. Now, I'm not a hydrologist or an engineer, but some staff members should clearly explain to you where this water would have ended up in Debbie if the Smith Farm had been filled for housing. You have in your comp plan areas of special flood hazard. I'm not sure how or when you use them, but this is one of them. And you saw the Smith Farm. This is also the flood zone maps that the county has. You're supposed to be transitioning from the natural environment to areas developed by gradually increasing the density. This is the map you've seen. I went ahead and put in 126 units. The question is, does this represent gradually increasing the density? I would argue this is an abrupt increase in density. You're required by the policy 1.2.2 to protect floodplains. You know, the floodplains I just showed you, the Corps, the county, and FEMA. You're supposed to be minimizing negative impacts with incompatibility. Staff has said this is more intense than the adjoining subdivision. It's a higher density development, and it may not be compatible. You're supposed to buffer public conservation lands. What are they? Well, the county has a field guide to conservation lands, and coincidentally, the Celery Fields and Palmer Gazebo are included. You're supposed to protect and maintain agriculture lands. I don't know what to say about this, but I don't think we've done much through the regulatory process. In summary, staff has opined that the rezoning is consistent with a future land use map. But that's a map that inexplicably suggests an area with a demonstrated predilection for flooding is appropriate for medium-density residential. The staff identified several goals, objectives, and policies that may suggest compliance with the future land use, but they failed to address other goals, objectives, and policies that suggest otherwise. You're going to have to make some decisions, maybe today, maybe it'll be deferred, but you'll have to decide if it is or isn't consistent. And you always have the opportunity to keep it as it is. My advice comes from Maya Angelou. Do the best you can until you know better. And when you know better, do better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next will be David Hines, followed by Renee Rini. Rini Ram. Thank you, ma'am.
My name's David Hines, and my wife Joy and I reside in the Sylvan Lee community on 2090 Sylvan Lee Drive. Our property directly abuts the Sarasota County Drainage Canal and the Smith Farm property. Erosion on our property near the drainage canal has already occurred. We've already lost 3 feet of our property. In August of 2024, the Smith Farm was under 2 to 3 feet of water when Tropical Storm Debbie passed over Sarasota, and the property resembled a very large lake. The Smith property is currently zoned for 5 homes. The proposed rezoning would allow 126 homes. That's an enormous increase in density in an area that is already flood prone due to the fact that it is in a floodplain. If you have approved this project and 120 homes are built in this floodplain, our entire Sylvan Lee community of over 100 homes will be in extreme risk of catastrophic flooding with severe damage, very likely to many existing homes in our community. The Sarasota Planning Commission has already voted against this rezoning, and I would ask you to please commit to preventing future flood disasters by fully assessing the risks and providing that any and all future projects will not cause off-site flooding. I ask you not to approve this proposal. It would make absolutely no sense. Do the right thing and not allow this potentially catastrophic project to move forward. It will damage our community, and just I don't even want to think how bad it could be. You know, Sarasota's future depends on responsible planning, and I trust in you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Rini Ram, please, followed by Sarah Thomas. Ms. Ram, you're recognized for 5 minutes. You need the wolf? Oh, you want to?
I don't know how to get this. I'm assuming it should open up, right?
Double click on it.
I am.
Maybe we could have staff come down and assist here.
I have it up there, yes. Okay. I live in, my name is Rini Ram. I live at 1768 Sugarberry Trail in Sarasota at the Sylvan Lee area. It's directly behind the Smith Farm. I moved there 6 years ago. I came there as a retired police officer. I served in 9/11. I have severe PTSD. I have committed my life to working down there from September 11th until April 24th of the next year. I got 2 cancers. I have an incurable blood disorder. I have multiple other issues besides. And what had saved me and the world out in the celery fields is the part that you can go out there and feel like you're part of a different life, not just in the rat race. And that's what I came from, New York City. That's why I left. I also went and tried to retain a home that was nowhere near a flood zone. Because one thing, when you're on a disability pension, you get taxed on it and you don't get a lot. I did not get 3/4 from the job because they screwed me over. But because of that, I don't need to pay flood insurance. Maybe $500 today could be $2,500 the next time. And then when I'm displaced from my home, where do I go? Where do my neighbors go? Because you want to put 125 houses in. I see you've seen this picture before. I took up photography because this is what I do. This is what I see. This is what I went to see. After that flood, I went to check on the animals because they were my main concern over the people, because nobody cares about them. They're just livestock to put on your frickin' food table. These animals have feelings too, no matter how you feel it. But that says a lot, and I've seen it used already on the cameras, that they've taken my photography and used it. I use a lot of photography to show the soul of these animals, and I'm not just talking about cows. I'm talking about birds. I'm talking about any animal that roams this world. If you had to live a life of them, maybe you would understand what they're losing. And putting in 125 homes to give back to the community and to this animal community. They survive every day looking for food. They survive every day trying to see if they're not going to be the food. And the less and less we have of them, you're not going to have food. Maybe we'll all become vegetarians at that point. Is that fair? You know, it's a life that we need to do. We need to keep the celery fields forever, forever. Now, besides that, I went around and the person that was going to speak with me had to leave. So I'm going to show you some videos of
Could you just
driving.
Make sure to speak into the microphone, too. We
Driving down, here's the bus stop. 6 buses go there every day, dropping off and also picking up. You also have families that go to pick up their children. Are you aware of what it looks like? How many people have actually been down there? This video is coming in the opposite direction. At this corner here, we had 2 fatalities. 2 runners, 62 and 67-year-old, hit by a 17-year-old driver at 6:15 at night. There is no crosswalk there. And you turn onto Raymond Road here, which is only 2 lanes. Now we're coming down. This is a blind curve. And right around this curve is where they want to put one of their entrances. You're going to see that those are bike lanes on both sides. Do you think they're stopping for all these pedestrians? You have handicapped people that come down here to go to see the birds. This is the main section of where everybody stops to go birding. Although at this time there weren't a lot of cars, but there's cars lined up all day long down here. There's the Raymond Boardwalk we're passing. And that's where you have photographers, birders, walking people, running people. You have kids that run there from the schools every day. You have people that are disabled that have their walkers to go there. And then this is the most important part. This is the end of the road going down to Porter. It's the only thing. You see how narrow it is? Well, guess what? It goes to a dead end there. You can either make a left or a right. And the only way out to Bee Ridge is to go left, and you're going through a community that's very less densely populated. And if you go right, it takes you down Porter, straight into the industrial section, back out to Palmer at the overpass for 75.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we will have Sarah Thomas, followed by Sue Grassi. Sarah, you are recognized. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
I'm Sarah Thomas. I'm a citizen and a resident of Sarasota County. I did fill out a speaker card. I am about 1.25 miles from the celery fields, and my husband and I are avid walkers. We love the celery fields. We see it as some place that needs to be cherished and protected. We understand that the farmer, the Smith family, needs money for the farm. We do understand that. But we saw it flooded. We walked down there. We saw all the, the water, the flooding in the celery fields, and it just broke our hearts. I would feel sorry for anyone who bought a house there. I understand, reading the paper that High Hat Farm is going to be 13,000 homes. East Lakewood Ranch, 5,000 homes. This is just a little gem in all of Sarasota, in Sarasota County. There's lots of gems in Sarasota County. Right now, we cannot walk in Rockenbach Park, if I pronounce that right, because of all the storm damage was taken there. That is also a nice park to go to get some steps in and to see something different. It's gone right now. It always is when there is hurricane damage. That is where they take the debris. So we're left with, or not left with, but we cherish these celery fields. We love to walk there. And the traffic on Palmer is already bad. I don't know, you might see me every once in a while, my husband and I, when we do go for walks, we pick up trash. It's because of the trash trucks going up and down there. And it's not just on Palmer, it's around the celery fields, it's down Raymond, and it's just going to get worse with the construction workers. It's bad because of the buildings that are being constructed right next to 75. It blows, there's wind here. So we do our best to pick it up and to take care of the area. And that's what we should be doing. We should be caring for this area for our children and for our grandchildren. I'd love to take visitors down there, see the birds, to take a walk, to get away from it all. And so I'm against the rezoning. If at the very least, wait until after this mid-March meeting that I just heard about where you might be changing the rules. Wait until then to make a final decision. This is the future of a little space, a green space, and also the flooding. You got to protect people and their homes, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Sue Guarassi. Thank you, ma'am. You are recognized, and you will have 5 minutes.
I have some handouts for you all. My name is Sue Guarassi, and I've been a volunteer at Celery Fields as a bird naturalist for about 10 years. Out on the boardwalk, we see a lot of visitors from all over North America, all over the world. So how do these people find us? And the bottom line answer is a program called eBird. It's administered by Cornell University. And the program, the way it works is the bird watchers go out to bird. We go to our phone, open our eBird app, and enter all the birds we see, all the numbers of the birds, where we were located when we saw those birds, and then we submit those reports to eBird. eBird gets all this information, reports from all over the world, and they do really cool things with all that data. One of the things they do for us as birders is they keep track of all of our checklist, all of our bird photos, our life list, what birds we need to add to get our life list up. And for the people who are looking to travel for bird watching trips, this is where they go to get the information, is to eBird. And basically what they will be looking at are the birding hotspots, and those are designated birding locations that have been ranked according to, number one, the number of species at that location, and number two, the number of eBird checklists that have been submitted from that location. So why would the eBird checklist matter for this? It indicates how highly birded a location would be, and it often indicates the seriousness of the birders who are birding there, as the more experienced birders tend to submit to eBird their checklist. So the handout that I gave you all, I think, maybe I can put it on here. Okay, so this is a list. This is a list of there are about 50 birding hotspots in Sarasota. So this is the list of the top 7. And again, it's ranked on the number of bird species and the number of bird lists that have been submitted there. Number 1 you can see on the list is Celery Fields with bird species of 259 and submitted eBird checklist of about 20,000. Number 2 is Mayaca State Park with 257 bird species and then about 5,000 bird checklist. And you can see it as it goes down the list. So as we see, Celery Fields has a very high number of submitted eBird checklist, and that tells us 2 things. That number 1, Celery Fields is an extremely popular birding destination. And number 2, Celery Fields is being birded by the very experienced birders because they have a tendency to be the people who report to eBird. This is the information birders looking to travel around, would be looking for, and that number they're going to really key on is the number of checklists that are submitted because they'll know that that is where the more experienced birders are going, and it's a very actively birded place. That's all. If you have any questions.
No, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Dominique Wood. Dominique Wood, and I got the next 5 names will be Tom Matrullo, Margie Haas, Leslie Austin, Richard Frandsen, and Chris King in that order. If you heard your name called, please make your way to the front, please. Ma'am, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Dominique Wood, and I have signed a speaker's card.
Thank you. Yep.
I heard about Celery Fields while I was in England. Celery Fields has put Sarasota on the international map. It is featured on many international websites for its amazing variety of bird species. And on one such site, within the handout I've given to you, European website, it is described, Celery Fields is described as an international must-see destination. I've included sample links from European websites, travel guides, and overseas-based photographers. Visitors come here from around the world, and they promote Sarasota. On January the 19th, at Raymond Road Boardwalk, I went, and within 30 minutes, I had met a couple from Germany who came to Sarasota specifically to Florida to photograph birds. I then met a similar couple from the UK. Then a van pulled up with 10 photographers from the Netherlands. And why do they come here? In 2024, Celery Fields was number 2 in Florida on eBird with over 246 bird species. As you've heard, eBird was founded by Cornell University and has become one of the world's largest and fastest growing biodiversity data resources. I have included examples from the travel sites Expedia, Travelocity, and TripAdvisor. What to do in Florida? Celery Fields is in there. In online nature brochures, the area is referred to as the wild Sarasota. What you have here is extraordinary. It is beautiful and it is so unique. I have lived in Europe, the UK, and Asia. I came here 2 years ago. I'm a full-time voting resident of Sarasota now, and I fell in love with this area of exquisite nature. And as a major birding destination, it attracts ecotourism, which generates significant revenue, especially in areas such as this, which is rich in rare or migratory species. This benefits your local businesses, your hotels, and restaurants. Tourism is one of the most important industries globally, contributing significantly to economic growth, employment, and cultural exchange. Photographers from around the world come, and they photograph here. I've included a link to Steve Simnett, a UK photographer. His website includes many photos from celery fields. Birdwatching is important for its scientific contribution, also known as citizen science, and educational value, and has invaluable mental and physical benefits. In conclusion, birdwatching at celery fields is more than just a pastime. It plays a vital role in conservation, citizen science, education, mental health, and ecotourism. The future of celery fields, its unique ecosystem, the inhabitants it supports, as well as the future enjoyment and education of generations of children and adults, is in your hands today, Commissioners. Please oppose rezone petition 2320. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Tom Matrullo. You are recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Tom Matrullo. I've signed a card. Today, you'll make probably the most significant decision of your tenure. It will surely be the one longest remembered by the people in this room and more. In essence, this hearing on RZ 2330 sets a prized local amenity that brings health, stormwater safety, migratory and local birds, and the joys of recreation to residents and tourists alike, with the additional benefit of tourist dollars. And that is set against a developer's humdrum effort to profit from proximity to that amenity. We taxpayers have paid over $50 million to create the celery fields. Audubon and Big Waters are committing to add $5 million more to rewild acres to the west. And we feel very strongly that no amount of Kimley Horn-esque language will paper over the facts. Some facts. Horton's plan ignores the floodplain of the Smith Farm, which is only buildable on the south end. Horton wishes to build here solely to profit from proximity to this amenity. Horton has shared no visuals that present the look of the homes crowded around the detention pond. At 60 paces from the prime birding area, such proximity could devalue or even destroy the natural tranquility that draws the amazing birds and other wildlife, as well as the birders and tourists. No matter how much Messrs. Bailey and Klepper swear that the 126 homes will be almost invisible, no HOA will ever be able to control its residents' lights, noise, pets, pool parties, mowers, barbecues, or fireworks. Having enjoyed the gifts of this amenity for 20 years or more, the people of Sarasota who own this public amenity implore you to protect it and us from yet another cynical effort to build in a floodplain paces from the prime birding area and kill the proverbial golden goose. You've heard some brilliant examples of public concern. It's sincere, deep, full of experience of this area's flooding, and informed by science, knowledge of birds, and the value of open spaces. This is local knowledge we need to hear. You also need to inform yourselves on the builder's stormwater record. This is from a published report. Giant Texas-based builder D.R. Horton has been plagued with stormwater violations that have damaged communities near homes it has built in Florida, North Carolina, Alabama, and South Carolina, according to recent reports. This development is out of scale with its surroundings and creates potential environmental harm. The Planning Commission has already determined that this rezoning was incompatible with its surroundings, and minor adjustments do not change that reality. For all these reasons, I urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's denial and reject this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll be hearing from Margie Haas and then Leslie Austin. Good morning, ma'am. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Margie Haas. I signed the speaker's card. I live directly north of Celery Fields, just over the Manatee County border. I'm here to tell you why I oppose the Smith Farm rezone 23-30. I am program director for Sarasota Audubon. I moved to Greater Sarasota from Manhattan over 10 years ago and became a very active birder and committed citizen scientist reporting and writing on local swallowtail kite hawks. I've served as a formal Sarasota County volunteer reporting on nesting birds for Carlton Reserve. I lead regular afternoon birding walks at Celery Fields, usually up to, especially now during season, 40 local and national and international visitors. Now I usually take these visitors to Raymond Road as opposed to Palmer Road boardwalks. Why is that? That's because of all the horrendous, incredible amount of sudden building north of Celery Fields. The birds are retreating into the Raymond Road area birdwalk areas. The whole area is now the heart, the soul of Celery Fields. I cannot overemphasize that. Please, please get that clear. It's not Celery Fields, the big, big thing. It's Raymond Road, which is the essence of Celery Fields for birders and naturalists and people who want calm and quiet. Have you all been to Raymond Road? It is about as narrow as this area right here. What are we talking about? Big trucks thundering up and down the road? That's not gonna work. You're gonna flush out all the animals and all the birds. And why would humans come with all that trucking? And it doesn't stop, and it's not over a short period of time. I beg you please to turn down this proposal for the good of all of us, for the humans, for the birds, for the wildlife, for the greater good of Sarasota and the whole country, because it is such an important and economically viable. It's so good for all of us. It's good for your tax base. It's good for everything. Please reject the rezone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Leslie Austin, followed by Richard Franson. Leslie, good morning. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Dr. Leslie Austin, and I did sign a speaker card. First of all, thank you for hearing us all out. Your jobs are clearly not easy, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I'm an executive coach, and I work with, my clients are CEOs, managing directors, very senior C-suite clients in some multinational corporations here in Florida. I'll just mention the word Orlando. And small businesses and family businesses. So I frequently in my consulting and coaching deal with high conflict situations. And people tend to want to oppose each other and demonize each other. I have 3 cardinal rules that I apply in all of these negotiations, and they apply specifically here. 1, sorry, I'm trying to find my notes here. Okay, number 1, first, do no harm. That's paramount. First, do no harm. It's the Hippocratic Oath also, but in all conflict, you want to do no harm. Second, you want to reframe this from opponents and evildoers to people who are in negotiation to try and find the best possible outcome for all. This is not a win-lose. You have to come out with what's the best for everything. And third, what is the greater good for all? What's really the right thing? So in this situation, the sellers are asking to benefit financially from granting of a rezoning of their property, which, as has been shown to you, has been used for primarily agricultural use. And the rezoning, as has been and will continue to be demonstrated, will clearly, seriously, irreparably harm the whole Celery Fields environment and the homes in the area. This is not just about birds, which I love and adore, by the way, but this is a much bigger issue. That's crucial, but the larger issue is all the people living there, the traffic, the ecological, the storm, the floods, everything you've heard. I won't repeat that. So harm would clearly be done to celery fields, and it would involve and everything by approving this rezoning. But the sellers would suffer no harm financially if this is turned down and someone, the county, buys it, makes it part of Celery Fields, the Conservation Foundation, Big Waters, buys it. Surely the money can be found somewhere. I know that Big Waters has approached the sellers in the past, and they have not discussed it with them. So maybe because they were under contract, I don't know. The sellers could not suffer harm. They can profit. There's no reason why they shouldn't, under correct zoning that would protect the area. So they're fully entitled to any of those financial gains. As for the developer, they went into this knowing in advance it was contingent upon a very controversial rezoning. In the world I deal in, with the executives I deal with, that's just a calculated risk of doing business. So any of the resources, time and money and effort that Horton has put into proposing this and trying to get it past your average ordinary cost of doing business and taking a risk that they created. No harm done. They're very profitable. There are many, many other areas they can develop that are much more appropriate in Florida and around the country, just not this one precious, irreparably damaged parcel if the development goes ahead. So no harm to them. And lastly, what's really the greater good for all? Clearly, it's to prevent harm, protect not only celery fields, but the entire ecological system, the Sarasota economy, and all of the people who come from around the world, the animal wildlife. I can't think of a single thing that is not protected and supported by denying the rezoning. There is no harm by denying the rezoning, period. No harm to anyone. Everything can be worked out so that everybody benefits in the right way, and the land and the ecology and we are all protected. So given this greater good, there is a right thing to do here. I know you're all good people. I know you have common sense and a good conscience. You wouldn't be commissioners if you didn't want to try and do good. And I know that, and I believe that in my heart. And I ask you to come from that place in your heart. Do the right thing here for all concerned. Do no harm to anyone, and deny the rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Richard Franson, followed by Chris King. You're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Richard Franzen. I've signed the speaker's card, and I'd like to associate myself with the remarks that have gone before, and I'll try not to repeat them. But I have two issues that I want to bring to your attention. The celery fields and the Raymond Road platform are the home to a number of threatened bird species designated by the state of Florida. Some of them are Florida sandhill crane, roseate spoonbill, tricolored heron, little blue herons, wood storks, and there are others. The Florida legislature has recognized the wide diversity of fish and wildlife in Florida in the Endangered and Threatened Species Act. It's Section 379.2291. And what they said is that it was in that statute that it is the policy of this state to conserve and wisely manage these resources with particular attention to those species defined by the Fish and Wildlife Commission as being threatened or endangered. So those are the terms: conserve, wisely manage, pay particular attention to the threatened species. So what does the word conserve mean? I just looked it up in the dictionaries. One, to keep and protect something from damage, change, or waste. Another dictionary, protect something, especially by environmentally or culturally important places or things, from harm or destruction. So every day you go to the Raymond platform, you're likely to see one of these threatened species. And what I have not seen is any studies that say this development is going to be sufficient to protect those threatened species. So I submit to you that a high-density housing project directly across Raymond Road will bring more traffic, more noise, more lighting, potential flooding that's antithetical to wise management and conservation of the bird species at the Celery Fields Public Park. The second issue has to do with parking at the Raymond Road platform. You've seen one picture, I think, that showed it, but the only parking is on one side of Raymond Road in a grassy area. There's no other parking unless you walk from the main parking lot up by the Nature Center, which is a 1.2 mile round trip. And with the additional traffic, I'm concerned, particularly the construction traffic and then the explosion of other traffic, I'm concerned that one day we're going to find a no parking sign down along that road right at the entrance to the Raymond Road platform, which is the most popular platform. So senior citizens like myself, with young families with young children, Americans with disabilities, if they can't walk the 1.2 miles, they're going to be denied access to the most popular birding wildlife viewing platform in the public park. And so they will then lose access to the tranquility, to all of the benefits you've heard from other speakers about the birds. And there's one other issue I just want to touch on. It's been touched on, but the Celery Fields are not just an environmental asset, they're a major economic asset. And I'll give you two sites to demonstrate that. One was the U.S. Interior Department does a 5-year survey. Every 5 years, they've been doing it for about 60 years, of outdoor recreational activities, hunting, fishing, and wildlife viewing. And the latest one, based on 2022 data, was released in October of 2023. And it found that there are more than 93 million residents of the U.S. that photograph and observe birds.
Thank you, sir. We have quite a bit of items here. We'll be moving on. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Chris King. And allow me to read the next 5. Peter Friedman, Graham Johnson, Julie Doran, Pam Johnson, Michelle Sizzler. At that time, if we use the 5-minute mark, it will be getting close to the lunch hour. I do plan on taking a commissioner break for lunch at exactly 12 till 1 p.m. for your knowledge. Thank you, sir. You are recognized and have 5 minutes.
My name's Chris King. I'm a past chairman and a 2-term member of the Sarasota County Planning Commission, and I've signed a card. I'm here today to speak against the rezone petition 23-30. Thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns. The main issue with the rezone petition is its incompatibility, incompatibility with the Celery Fields and the surrounding neighborhoods. This is acknowledged by county staff in its review. There are 2 regulations with which the petition is inconsistent. The first is Comp Plan Future Land Use Policy 1.2.17, which requires incompatibilities to be mitigated by the project's design. In its Comp Plan Consistency Report and Findings of Fact, the Planning Department finds it inconsistent due to the projects being the sole development with access to Raymond Road. The project design does nothing to mitigate this. Zoning Code 124.40 requires a project to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. In addition, county staff states that the project may negatively impact wildlife, including birds, at the Celery Fields in its finding of fact. Staff comments in the Comp Plan Consistency Report suggest that site plans increases from minimum requirements may not be effective in mitigating develops incompatibility with the Celery Fields. There are several aspects of the site and development plan that reduce its effect of mitigating incompatibilities. The separation of the development from the Celery Fields along Raymond Road varies from 80 feet to 130 feet. The separation report shows all other developments along Raymond Road to be 180 feet. In its response to the request for additional information, there's evidence that Horton plans to asked for a variance for the rear lot line easements. A reduction in this easement would allow a home to be built closer to Raymond Road, thus effectively reducing the buffer. Additionally, the lighting plan does not apply to any of the residential lots. At your annual strategic planning retreat last December, you included affordable housing as a priority, which this project does nothing to address. A complete review of the county stormwater, a complete review of the county's stormwater system was also prioritized. Given the recent flooding, a workshop has since been held. The workshop noted there have been 4 major stormwater events in excess of 10 inches in 24 hours since 1962. The last 2 were in 2022 and 2024. One of the administrative recommendations discussed by Mr. Swat at the workshop was to minimize density increases in designating floodplains by a more rigorous evaluation of rezone petitions. Listed in staff's options for regulatory changes were no development in special and in high-risk flood hazard areas. 64% of this property is in the 100-year floodplain zone AE. Since the county does not monitor compliance with stormwater systems on private developments, there's no guarantees they're functioning properly and therefore could add to flooding on adjacent properties with less than 10 inches in 24 hours. And today I heard for the first time that the petitioner has said that they will increase their project design to keep stormwater on the property with events up to 11 feet 8 inches. I'd like to bring to the Commission's attention that is not in the site development plan, nor is it listed in any of the stipulations. The Smith property and its habitats in its current state are an asset to the community. I can think of no situation where the community at large would benefit from this development. For these reasons, I urge you to consider its impact on the surrounding areas and vote to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next will be Peter Friedman, followed by Graham Johnson. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Peter Friedman. I live in the development of Meadowwalk, which is on Palmer Road as it intersects with Raymond Road and it's in close proximity to the Smith farm. I've signed the card and done all the formalities. I have lots of pictures of flooding I was going to present, but I think you've seen enough flooding. Everybody agrees flooding is a problem. What I will tell you about my 2 concerns, first of all, I ride a bicycle often, and I ride on Raymond Road all the time, and it's a true pleasure. There's almost no traffic on Raymond Road. I fear that will end real quickly if you make this approval. So I'm going to talk about traffic just a little bit. Traffic has already increased dramatically since we bought our house in Meadowwalk over 12 years ago. One of the attractive features of the house was the location east of 75, but somewhat isolated from the congestion of the city. With the addition of the planning and zoning one-stop, or sorry, not the planning one, the new permit facility that you guys have approved, which is being built right now, the one-stop permit center and the technology center and the employee health center directly across the street, as well as the new county administration building just down Apex Road, the traffic burden for those of us living on Palmer Road east of 75 is clearly on an upward trajectory. I don't think anyone in this room would deny that traffic has become burdensome over the last 10 to 15 years. It's dramatically increased since I bought our house. There are certain times of the day we don't even drive on 75. We just won't go out. Let's see here. All right. Traffic will not only continue to increase and amplify the safety concerns for the residents of Meadowwalk just down the road, and for those of us who enjoy biking, as well as the high pedestrian traffic visiting Celery Fields. The Audubon Center crossing Palmer Road to the bird sanctuary and the school bus stop on Palmer are right in front of the Audubon Center. According to the Paxton Herald, 2 pedestrians died at the intersection of Palmer and Raymond Road in 2021, being run over by an automobile while they were wearing headlamps, LED armbands, reflective shoes, and fluorescent colored clothing, according to the Herald. That was published in January 18th of 2022. The article's title began, Pedestrian Fatalities Rising in Sarasota County, and stated that there were at least 160 crashes involving pedestrians in Sarasota County last year, which would have been 2020. That's 5 years ago. I'm sure it's gotten worse since then. I'm going to show you a picture from last night, 5 o'clock. There's been so many more accidents on Palmer Road since we first moved there. And here's one last night at the corner of Apex and Palmer. Flashing lights, 2 cars pulled over, trucks coming to, pick up the cars, all that business. I don't know how to get this thing to work. Upside down. Well, there you go. All right. You all see that? That's last night around 5 o'clock. I just happened to go for a ride, and I thought, let's go, observe the area I'm talking about. And there you have it right there. That pretty much, I think that picture says it all from my perspective of what's going on with traffic. This is not uncommon to see this, especially in that particular intersection. I do know the county is in a process of starting to build a roundabout there. I applaud that. It was needed. It's not done yet. It's going to be a while. The traffic only continues to get worse. All right. Some of what I was going to say was all about the flooding. I think we're all aware of the flooding. I don't want to be redundant. It's lunchtime. I respect the fact that you guys are spending your time and need to go to lunch, as do some of the other people in the room. I'm just going to also mention that according to the Herald Tribune, Manatee County has recently considered a pause in development with a proposed moratorium by some of the commissioners. Apparently, they're becoming sensitive to the needs of the public that they serve and have realized that the recent hurricanes and traffic congestion have negatively impacted the lives of the residents. Perhaps it's also time for Sarasota County to reconsider the pace of development, which might actually serve the best interests of our existing residents as well as the visitors that come on vacation here. Of note, we had a friend who was a guest this past week with our family and is looking for a place to retire. Toward the end of his stay, I asked him what he thought about the Sarasota area compared to other places he's considering. His response was this. He said he really likes the area, the culture, many of the restaurants in the bay. We took him boating and fishing. But he also said that he probably would not settle here because of the horrendous traffic. I think there comes a time where you reach a tipping point and the balance between revenue generated by development is outweighed by the inconvenience it invariably brings with it. There comes a time to rebalance and rethink the direction in
Thank you,
which
sir.
we
Your
want this county to
time
go.
is up.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Graham Johnson is next, followed by Jewel Doran. You are recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
My name is Graham Johnson, and I've signed a speaker card. My wife and I are property owners in Sylvan Lee, and I was going to, there's a lot of great points, a lot of compelling points to say no to this project. We're against it. I just want to add one thing about the traffic was one of the things I was going to talk about, but it is, it's been brought up at all these meetings and hearings, and there's been no traffic assessment done on this issue. And you just heard about the deaths and traffic, the picture on the Palmer Road side. But when you have to leave the Raymond Road to go to Bee Ridge Road, that whole dynamics right there is a very complex one, and it's very congested. There is no other avenue to Bee Ridge, and not just the increase in properties there will increase traffic, but the activity going out that way has not been properly assessed. Okay, so I just want to bring that up. The other side of that is not just a pedestrian safety and concern, but what about the rescue workers that would have to come and service that area? We're already having problems with, you saw the pictures where the roads are flooded. How are the rescue workers going to get in and help us when there's this increased problem? So that hasn't been addressed. The other point, different point that I'd like to raise is that Sylvan Lee has a sewage packaging plant on it. Okay, I have not heard that once addressed by the county staff nor the developers. What happens if that floods and spills out? That's raw sewage. Nobody's addressed that. So I really think that there's a lot of things here that nice boxes are being ticked off in this proposal and development plan, and there's a whole lot that haven't. So with that, I'm going to end my talk, and I compel you to say no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll hear from Jewel Doran, followed by Pam Johnson, please. You're recognized, ma'am, for 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jewel Doran, and I live in Shadow Oaks. The cows are in my backyard. I have signed the speaker's card, and I am opposed to rezone 2330. Basically, I am here for the first speaker, as well as that young lady that you saw that came up that was so impacting. I taught a 4.5-hour class last night that the judge mandates for kids and families, and I thought, geez, I've been doing this for generations now of kids, and so I sat down last night and wrote this, okay? I've lived at this location near the Celery Fields, which when they really were the Celery Fields, for 41 years. As you can hear, my voice after doing the class is kind of a bit hoarse after that 4.5-hour class last night. I am a licensed mental health counselor, working with children and families for over 35 years here. I consider places like the Celery Fields essential to the mental and physical health and well-being of everyone. In particular, the opportunity for children to get outside and enjoy the benefits of nature is a key element to addressing the social and emotional problems that are becoming so common today that I see. I have seen firsthand the effects of technology in referring kids on a daily basis for technology addiction, gaming use, etc., and the lack of social skills, depression, and anxiety that result. Especially a lot of addictions. In my private practice, I emphasize the importance of outdoor activity in nature. The extraordinary benefits that the Celery Fields offers include hiking, biking, stargazing, as we saw, and close exposure to the special natural environment and the wonders that we offer. And this is not only in Sarasota, but everywhere. No one even knew a few years ago what the word mental health was. It wasn't until recent years that people are knowing what that means. And this is the loneliest generation in history, with COVID, with school shootings, with isolation in the home, et cetera, that I see. As it exists today, the Celery Fields have been mostly sparred from the detrimental effects of nearby development. The residential areas adjacent to the fields either existed before the fields were converted for stormwater management or were developed at the same time as the fields themselves before the ecosystem we enjoy there today evolved. Allowing 126 homes to be placed in the heart of the Celery Fields now will negatively affect the very character that provides the benefits I recommend to my clients. Despite the traffic noise on Palmer, the Raymond Road portion of the Celery Field still provides easy access to a safe, tranquil walk or a bike ride. I'm afraid the development of the Smith property and the resulting increased traffic on Raymond Road will significantly reduce these benefits. A recognized condition that is now affecting children and adolescents is nature deficiency disorder. This is a direct result of too much time spent on social media, as I see, and of course I'm bound by confidentiality, so there's a lot of stories I hear. Video games and binge watching. It is complex to treat, and it relies on a variety of outdoor activities. The Celery Fields offer a wonder alternative to excessive screen time that we see. They provide an easily accessible and safe way for anyone to make nature a part of their lives. I have found that the flora and fauna supported by the fields, along with the multiple physical activity opportunities available, are affected in treating this condition. These activities are encouraged and supported by organizations like Around the Bend Tours and countless school field trips that have come there over the years. I have seen them. The benefits of such nature exposure increases attention spans because our attention is being stolen all the time by our cell phones, boosting creativity because of horticulture therapy, adventure-based counseling, ecotherapy, and I have been taking care of Fruitville Library Garden ever since the library opened, North Library as well, amongst a lot of other, as a part of extension, and a lot of the kids' activities there, you see a big change in them once they start really doing things that are outdoors. Encouraging a greater sense of wonder and appreciation for nature, reducing stress, improving sleep, and reducing anxiety and depression. So please deny rezone 2330 in order to preserve the maximum benefits that the Celery Fields offer to children and adults alike. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Pam Johnson, followed by Michelle Sizzler. You are recognized, sir?
Dan Johnson.
Dan, okay. Thank you. Apologies. Dan, you are recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Well, I've lived here in Sarasota since 1973. I lived in Sarasota since 1973. I live in Sarasota Golf Club, and I have witnessed severe flooding over there. My house came within, well, there's water on all four sides of my house. It was in my garage, and I'm sure if the development goes through, the next time we get a good rain, I will be getting displaced. We just had a presidential election, and the duty of the president is to fulfill the wishes of the United States citizens. Your duty is to fulfill the wishes of the Sarasota County residents, and you're hearing them. We started out by hearing like 3 people from D.R. Horton who were sent, make a pretty good salary to come here and tell us what they've been told to tell us. You are hearing what the people think. No one in this county, not anybody, that isn't going to make money from this development would want this to happen. It's just not going to, it's just nobody wants it. D.R. Horton can go buy farmland somewhere, replace the, relocate the cows, and build homes. We don't need it by the celery fields. I've been going to the celery fields 5 days a week for about 7 or 8 years walking, and this would be a disaster. It's just total disaster. You are listening to what the people of this county want, what they deserve, and I think you hear it. So that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Next is Michelle Sizzler, and we do have a little bit of time. I'm going to call 2 more names to see if we can fit it in. Corey Veldhaus and Diane Frailing. You're recognized, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Michelle Sizzler. I live in Sylvan Lee, and I back up to, we own a property that backs up to the farm. And I come as a representative of people from Deerfield, Shadow Oaks, Sylvan Lee, Shadowwood, and the surrounding neighborhoods. And I just want to say, it's my understanding that zoning laws are designed to stay indefinitely unless there are mitigating circumstances that have occurred to the area that make sense to change on behalf of the benefit of the surrounding area. The reason for zoning laws is to keep the integrity of the surrounding community from unexpected overdevelopment of a certain area. The area, if changed, must benefit both the area to be changed and the areas around the said change. So I know there's been a lot of discussion about flooding, but I wanted to bring a visual of what it looks like from our neighborhood as well as the surrounding. So we're gonna look at pictures from Deerfield that's just backed up to Celery Fields. We're gonna look at pictures from Sylvan Lee that's right up against the farm. We're going to look at pictures from Shadowwood that backs right up against the farm. And then all the way down here, Shadow Oaks, that's quite a distance from the farm. And this is flooding that's happened through Debbie, but also rising waters have come through other storms. And so I know that we've seen a trend in rainfall and that it's rising. I know we have a 100-year plan. I think it's time for it to be updated, but I want to start with Deerfield. And there were some residents from Deerfield that came up and showed a few pictures, but I want you to really see how the water is rising. It's creeping up their driveways. It's preventing them from being able to leave. Some homes, they couldn't even leave for, I think it was up to like 3 or 4 days. They couldn't leave. So those kids, of course, couldn't go to school. Those residents couldn't go to work. And then Shadow Oaks that backs up against the farm. That first picture, that's someone who lives right up against that farm. And if you can see, that looks like a lake coming right towards their backyard. The others were in their neighborhood. They couldn't get out of their neighborhood for a couple of days. And now this is Shadow Oaks. This is further away, but still quite a bit of flooding. People couldn't drive through there unless they were in vehicles that were higher up. As you can see, this gentleman got stuck. So this is a problem. I know it's been discussed, but I want you to have visual evidence of this. This is Sylvan Lee, my neighborhood. This is where the packing plant, that sewage packing plant, this picture right here, at the end of that road is where that sewage packing plant resides. If you can see here, the water's already risen. What's gonna happen? My kids are gonna be out there dealing with poop coming down the road. That's the reality of it. So I wanna show you this. This is the last picture, and this is the back of my yard that faces out towards the farm. Let's see here. And now I hear there's a water drainage system that the county has in place, but this is evidence that the current drainage system doesn't really hold what water is gonna be there. And this is, of course, Debbie, and this is an unusual circumstance, as we say, but we have to really look at the reality that the trends are rising in waterfall and that this is what we're gonna deal with. So I ask that you would really look at the pictures, look at the evidence, think about the residents that have spoken, that have moved into this area, not with the intent of being in a flood area, not with the intent of having to get flood insurance, but now this is something we have to consider. So your decision matters in this, and it matters for all of those residents. So I ask that you would deny the rezoning.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to do one more card before lunch, and it will be Corey Veldhaus. Lori. Thank you, ma'am. You are recognized, and you will have 5 minutes.
My name's Lori Veldhaus. I live in Shadow Oaks, and I have signed a card. This is a video, and I'm not sure how to do it. Open. This is actually June 26th of 1992. This is my neighborhood. There was 24 inches of rain that was reported at the airport. As you can see, kind of looks like what we've been talking about the last couple of months. I've lived there since 1989. This is my forever home, and I'm really, really concerned about what's going on with the water situation here. I know that it's getting kind of redundant. You've heard it from a lot of people, water, water, water. I did notice the former police officer from New York showed Porter Road going into Shadow Oaks. You saw a beautiful road in front of the Smith property. As you come out of the Smith property, make a left and go south, the road narrows considerably. You get to that dead end, you make the first left and the first right, that's Shadow Oaks Road, that's where I live. It's like a washboard now. The last time they did the road, they really messed it up. People that come to see me think they have flat tires. Everybody uses that as a cut-through. Terrible, terrible, terrible traffic on Fruitvale, terrible traffic on Bee Ridge. There's nowhere else for them to go. The kids can't play in the street. You got to be careful. I can't leave certain times of the day to go anywhere because I can't get out and I can't get in. So basically, I'm just here to ask you, please deny rezone 2330. I don't think it's good for anyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. At this time, we will recess for lunch. We will be back in chambers at 1 this afternoon. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. Hopefully everybody had a great lunch. My understanding is Commissioner Smith had a quick announcement before we get going.
Well, I just looked at my calendar, and today is Abraham Lincoln's birthday. So anyway, freedom isn't free, but I don't think that was his. But thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Okay, continuing on with our public comment, I will name the next 5 on the agenda. After you hear your name, please come up to the front row. Diane Frailing, Julie Forestier, Marzawars at 3966, and I can't even read the name. Something Guy. Did we find you? Did we locate you? Maybe we could get a little help. Commissioner Cutzinger, can you read that? I'm not. I know your vision is going, but, you know. Every chance I get. Every chance I get. Okay, okay. The last name would be Guy then? Do we have with a last name Guy? Yes? Okay, we have a taker. Great. Anya Dennison, followed by Robin Williams in that order. And first will be Diane Frailing. Good afternoon, ma'am. You are recognized, and you will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Diane Frailing, and I did sign the speaker's card. I'm a retired school teacher here in Sarasota County after 34 years, and I've woken up every morning to the great pleasure of looking out my backyard and seeing the cows and the few horses on the Smith farm. So that has been a delight. I hope it stays that way. I only have 2 comments now that you've heard so many things from others, other speakers, and one is Palmer Boulevard itself. If you were to travel down Palmer Boulevard in the afternoon or after this meeting, hopefully it's still daylight, if you would do that, you would see that between Apex Road and Raymond Road, it's just a short distance, there are these beautiful, towering, very expensive light poles. And if we took the same drive tonight, once it was dark, you would see that it's so dark in that stretch from Apex to Raymond that because of the little, if it weren't for the little reflectors sitting at the intersection, it's really hard for me to even see Raymond Road. And there's one simple but super important reason for that. Those light poles have never been turned on, because if the lights go on, the birds would leave. So my other point is the Raymond Road itself. Raymond Road is exactly 1 mile long, I know, because I've walked it thousands of times. And on the north end, it ends at Palmer, which you've heard about, and then Raymond Road makes this big curve around the Smith farm. The south end is my concern, because when it runs into, or it ends on Porter Road, a number of people have alluded to this, but I don't know if specifically enough to realize that when you're on Porter Road for only 100 feet, rather than it looking like all these pictures of Raymond Road, which is a country open road, within 100 feet on Porter Road, you find yourself right in a housing development in Shadow Oaks. So there is no alternative route. If this development were to go through, for years of construction vehicles and then later residential vehicles, they will have to go through our 60 house development of Shadow Oaks. There's no other way to get to Bee Ridge Road but to go through Shadow Oaks. And so we're just not built. The roads in Shadow Oaks are torn to pieces right now since the hurricane. They're really, really bad. People weave just to avoid the big potholes. So that's a huge concern, that we would be adding all of that impact to a development. So I think just basically our common sense just begs us to answer a question, a simple question to me. Why would we build something new that promises to cause havoc at the very least and total destruction of certain areas like the celery fields when some beautiful, beautiful communities already exist? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Julie Forestier. Forestier. That would be next. We have Miss Julie here with us. Oh, that's okay. Good morning or good afternoon. You are recognized, Julie, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Julie Forrester, and I'm here today as a concerned resident and a mother who has experienced firsthand the devastating effects of flooding in our community. I live about 2.5 miles from Celery Fields, and this past August, during Debbie, my neighborhood was inundated with floodwaters, even though we don't live in a designated flood zone. My neighbor had to kayak me and my 3- and 5-year-olds out of our neighborhood to safety. People were laughing when one of the previous speakers mentioned having to canoe out of their homes, but I actually bought 2 inflatable boats that I keep in my garage in case anything like this ever happens again. This is not a joke. Not to mention the health and safety risks associated with having sewage-contaminated water surrounding our neighborhood for 3 straight days. This is not an isolated incident. We've seen repeated flooding throughout Sarasota County in recent years with hurricanes Ian, Helene, Milton, and Debbie causing significant damage and disruption. These events underscore the urgent need to protect our natural defenses against flooding, and that starts with preserving Celery Fields. This vital wetland acts as a massive sponge, absorbing stormwater runoff and protecting our homes, businesses, and infrastructure. Building 126 homes on the Smith property would significantly reduce its capacity to absorb rainfall, increasing flood risks for surrounding neighborhoods and exacerbating the damage caused by future storms. Beyond the immediate threat to safety and property, I urge you to consider the financial implications. First, the cost of flooding. Flooding causes millions of dollars in damage to our community, draining our resources and disrupting our economy. Second, the cost of artificial drainage. Building artificial drainage to replace lost floodplains is costly, less effective, environmentally damaging, and requires constant upkeep. Additionally, the project's claimed 100-year benchmark of 10 inches in 24 hours has been exceeded twice in the past year alone in Sarasota County, demonstrating its inadequacy. As has been mentioned, these stormwater concerns were not addressed in D.R. Horton's presentation. Last but not least is the value of Celery Fields. Celery Fields provides a cost-effective, natural solution to stormwater management. It also offers invaluable ecological benefits, serving as a habitat for wildlife and a recreational space for residents and visitors, as has been covered by many of the previous speakers. Commissioner Nunder, you campaigned on your commitment to protecting Sarasota's open spaces because you understand that environmental and economic issues are inextricably linked. Surely you can see how voting to develop Celery Fields is in direct opposition to that campaign promise. Protecting Celery Fields is not just an environmental issue, it's an economic imperative. By preserving this natural asset, we can reduce flood risks and protect property values, avoid costly investments in drainage systems, safeguard our financial well-being, and preserve a valuable resource. I urge you to listen to your constituents, not one of which has spoken in support of this proposal, and reject the proposed rezoning and instead prioritize the long-term protection of Celery Fields. Let's not destroy a natural solution that enhances our resilience, protects our community, and safeguards our economic future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Guy. You are recognized, ma'am, and you will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. I found a delightful little restaurant on Main Street there that hadn't existed before. I've been in Sarasota County since 1983, came over from Broward County, and I've had occasion to come before various commissioners during the course of those years, asking them, please don't turn Sarasota County into Broward County, because that would not be a good idea. I saw celery being harvested in the celery fields. Do y'all know how it was done? They had a tractor that ran between the rows, and they had platforms on either side of the tractor. And they had about 4 men on each side, face down, and as the tractor was moving slowly down the fields, they were cropping the celery off at the root, and the conveyor belt was taking it over to the side. So it was lovely. And you know, not only is it the celery fields out there, it's Mount Sarasota. I mean, I'll bet you that Mount Sarasota is higher than Mount Dora. I mean, that's something to boast about, too. There's a lot that this commission can boast about in the future. Yeah, I was always interested in history. I'm going to speak about something besides birds. Is that okay? Did you know that Florida's cattle industry currently ranks as number 9 within the United States, with operations centered around birthing and raising calves? Today, Florida is the home of the largest brood herd in the United States, to 5 of the top 10 largest cow-calf operations, and home to the largest beef cattle herd in the United States. Did you know that? Did you know that Florida seed stock producers consistently supply the build box for commercial head domestically and abroad? In 2017, the cattle and allied industry sectors directly employed 58,221 direct full-time and part-time jobs, paid $2 billion in employee compensation and proprietor income, and received $8.26 billion in sales revenue. Yeah, we exported cattle, meat, dairy products worth over $1 billion internationally. Well, how about that? Now, you know what this thing is called? Cowpen Slough Basin Master Plan. It's about 60 pages thereabout. Has it been read or looked at? I mean, you know, it's kind of intimidating. And it goes back a few years. The flood protection level of service, commonly known as LOS, objectives for the Cowpen Slough Basin, of which this is all part of, spelled out in the Sarasota County Comprehensive Plan amendments. Hydrologic and hydraulic studies were performed for this report to determine floodplain boundaries and LOS deficiencies for both the current and future land use. I can't believe I'm reading this without my glasses. There are fewer LOS deficiencies in the future condition scenario because of the conversion of intensive agricultural land uses to low-density residential use. My goodness, where have we heard that before? So recommendations were made to reduce the LOS deficiencies. Wow. And the sponsorship of all of this was the Sarasota Soil and Water Conservation District, SWCD. Is the local agency which serves the sponsor for all NRCS program activities in Sarasota County. Oh, this is better. A current memorandum of understanding between the SWCD Board of Supervisors and Secretary of Agriculture is required before there can be any NRCS program activities within the county. The Board of Supervisors of the Sarasota SWCD determine that the needs of the Sarasota SEU, now I can't remember what all these things stand for, so y'all will have to go back and familiarize what SEU stands for, were consistent with the Sarasota SWCD long-range plan adopted only in 1992. Now you see, for someone of my age, that's very recent history. And as far as maybe the most of you all are concerned, that's probably ancient history. Anyway, at a public meeting on June 28th of 1995, the board unanimously adopted a resolution to co-sponsor this study. And my 5 minutes are up, aren't they?
Yes, ma'am, they are, and I certainly appreciate it.
Anybody want to donate a couple of more?
But well done. Thank you very much. We are on a tight schedule today.
Okay.
And we will hear from Anya Dennison next. And just a friendly reminder, I counted up, we're about 4 hours of testimony till the end of public testimony. So if you should feel compelled to agree with the speakers before you, go ahead. However, not diminishing your opportunity to speak. I believe in the public's full 5 minutes should you want it. Ms. Dennison, you have the floor. It is 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me, commissioners. I think our names got mixed up, but that's okay. I'm Miss Guy. Oh, I'm Mrs. Guy too. So we're both Mrs. Wow.
Okay. That might
Sorry
be
for the
that might be
confusion.
a first. Let me see if I could locate the card. If I can't, would you do me a kindness and maybe just fill that out again for the clerk?
Certainly.
If you have, okay, thank you.
I did fill out a card though.
I'll look for it here right now. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. There have been some amazing points brought up today. I don't want to bore you by repeating the same things. I want to talk about a word that was used quite a bit in the first hearing, and the term was smart growth. The truth is, I don't think this land was ever intended for housing. I listened to one of the Smith family members at the last hearing, and he was really very well aware that his family members never intended this land to be anything but a farm, I quote. Farmers know their land. They know their land better than anyone. And I think we really are on the precipice of changing the definition of what smart growth is. Sarasota is a wealthy city. It can afford to invest more in its land and protect its land. This is a very, very, very special area. My kids attend Tatum Ridge School, which is home of the Eagles, actually. And I have a picture on here. I won't put it up, but if you want to see it, it's a picture and a video of a bald eagle on the Smith family farm on the telegraph pole on their land. So I walk also about 5 to 6 miles a day, 3 to 5 days a week out there. So I'm very familiar with the context of the land. The eagle is interesting because it's in every courtroom in America, and it's a symbol of strength, and it's a symbol of seeing things from a higher perspective. And I believe that's why you all are in the positions you're in, because you have that ability to see things from a higher perspective and to not be, eagles fly alone. They're not infiltrated by others. They make decisions based on their instincts. And this is why you all are here. And I think that you all see and have seen enough reasoning for you to say no to this particular rezoning option. Now, generally, I am for smart growth. I think the city needs it. But I think that this is not the right puzzle piece. This is not the right fit for this specific plot of land. We can do it in other areas, guys, just not here. But anyway, I just wanted to point out a couple more facts, being as I have a couple more minutes. I don't believe that Horton came in with a bold vision for responsible growth. They simply wore the owners down by offer after offer until they finally gave in. The original owners were right to be cautious. This land is low-lying, below the road level, and to make it work for housing, the developers plan to build it up by 6 feet. That's not smart growth, as you've seen many reasons for that. It's artificially forcing a landscape to do something it was never intended to do. And we know exactly what would happen if the increased weather changes continue. Now, this year alone, we've seen not only hurricanes and storms, we've seen Arctic freezes, and we've seen intense fires. The Earth in general is going to go through weather patterns, whether that's through the next several years, and maybe that will change, but definitely, there's a huge percentage that we're going to see continued weather issues for the next few years, and we need to be prepared. Sarasota is a smart city. We're not Palmetto or Bradenton. I've lived in all three, but I've been in Sarasota for the last 20 years. It's different here. We have the constituents that can make a difference to this particular plot of land. Just to end, I think you all have the power to make changes for the way that we build from now on. And now is the time to make those decisions. So we're here. We're telling you what we need. I thank you for your time, and I humbly ask you to all vote no. Thank you.
Real quick, is it Nina?
Nina.
Nina, I've got your card. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next we'll have Robin Williams. Yes, come on up. I'm sorry. You're fine. Come on up, Anya. And let me just read before you get going. Let me get some. Robin Williams, Susan Kessler, and then we have a stack of get ready for. This is the Audubon Society. So if you guys want to just coalesce, this is you're all together. So we're going to be pulling you. So just get ready because there's 13 I've got here. So we will be doing rapid fire on you guys. Just a heads up. You'll be next. Okay? All right, Miss Anya, good afternoon. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Anya Dennison, and I've been a resident of Sarasota since 2011, or for 70% of my life. I know that rezoning the Smith property would be a severe mistake for our community, and I urge you to reject the proposal. Celery fields cannot exist without the Smith property. People come from everywhere to experience the ecosystem at Celery Fields. It is home to over 250 species of birds and wildlife, and the estimates we've heard on spending make it clear that current tourism spending will outpace any possible county taxes. Celery Fields increases surrounding property values, meaning this rezoning is a direct threat to our county's homeowners. So economically, it doesn't make sense. I'm a college student, and up at school, we have a lab called the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, where during open discussions, professors regularly cite Celery Fields alongside other premier Florida wildlife sanctuaries. It is recognized as an exceptional example of an expertly preserved birding habitat. It would be incredibly disheartening to see my city sacrifice such a renowned and valuable resource for short-sighted development. Sarasotans have invested so much in Celery Fields. Just the Audubon volunteers today alone have described their decades of labor, education, and advocacy. Any development would undermine years of dedicated conservation work by thousands of community members. If there's an expert to listen to, it's these folks who have studied Celery Fields as much as any person ever could, not D.R. Horton. We learned last hurricane season that our county is severely susceptible to flooding. We've seen neighborhoods east of 75 outside designated flood zones experience unprecedented flooding. We know that this is a result of rapid development, and we know that the Smith property is a natural defense to this. Imagine where all the water that the Smith property previously absorbed, now displaced, will go. Celery Fields is such a unique place for families, education, and nature. When residents stop going for their runs there because of traffic, noise, and air pollution, it'll be the direct result of this decision. When the Pineview Elementary School field trip that taught me why Celery Fields was so important gets canceled for future students because the wildlife being taught about is gone, it'll be the direct result of this decision. It's a place I've known for as long as I can remember, where I grew up taking photos for my photography classes, having picnics with friends, and explaining to distant relatives that's not, in fact, several acres of celery. We can't replace it. There are other places to build homes. There's only one Celery Fields. There's no Celery Fields without the Smith property. The Planning Commission has said no, the community is saying no, and the environment said no when our neighborhoods flooded last fall. You have to reject this rezone for the future of our county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Robin Williams. Robin Williams. Last time, Robin Williams. Okay. Moving on to Susan Kessler, followed by Sandra Van Sook. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I filled out a speaker card. My name is Susan Kessler, and I'm the Conservation Chair of the Founders Garden Club of Sarasota, and I am speaking on behalf of the Founders Garden Club. The Founders Garden Club was created in 1927 by Mrs. John Ringling, Mabel Ringling, Mrs. William Selby, Marie Selby, Mrs. Charles Ringling, Mrs. Ida Ringling North, many other illustrious members who, in the 1920s, saw the beauty and the promise of Sarasota. Founders became a member of the Garden Club of America in 1985, and their core purposes are aligned to stimulate knowledge and love of gardening, to educate, and most importantly, to restore, improve, and protect the quality of the environment through education and action in the fields of conservation and civic improvement. The Founders Garden Club has adopted a formal position against the rezoning of this property for all of the reasons mentioned today. This is not a new mission to Sarasota. The founders wish to conserve the natural beauty here while still allowing room for growth. What would Sarasota be if it was not for the Selby Gardens, the Ringling campus, and these celery fields? With respect to homeowners' rights to obtain value from their property, I'd like you, the board, to realize that there are many conservation groups who are speaking and are teed up to purchase the Smith Farm if it is not rezoned, for the purpose of conservation. The Smith family will not be harmed financially. The Founders Garden Club asks you respectfully to vote no on this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Sandra Van Sook, if I said that correctly. Miss Sandra? Sandra Van Sook? Okay, moving on, and we are going into the Audubon Society comments here, and I will read the first 5 names for y'all. Sarah Reisinger, Cornelia Saletto, Anthony Saletto, Frank Duran, and Nancy Simpson, please. Miss Sarah, good afternoon. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Hello, I am Sarah Reisinger, and I sign the speaker's card. In addition to being president of the Sarasota Audubon Society, I've been an active and engaged citizen of this area for nearly 40 years. I went to school here, my kids go to school here, and I live about a mile from Celery Fields. I run a business with my husband here in Sarasota, and I was president of the PTO at Tatum Ridge Elementary. And I've volunteered in numerous capacities over the years within the community. I'll be your introductory speaker of a core group of Audubon representatives. All of the people that you are going to hear from are experts in their own right, with up to 30+ years experience with Celery Field and its habitat and wildlife. Sarasota Audubon and Sarasota County have always had a natural partnership. After the construction of the stormwater area, Sarasota Audubon partnered with the county to improve habitat, and Sarasota Audubon funded, built, and now operate a nature center that is open October through May and staffed by naturalists and docents. We have a full range of classes, workshops, tours, and field trips. The entrance of Celery Field's premier birding boardwalk on Raymond Road is 110 feet from the proposed development. The Smith Farm juts into critical restored wetlands. The noise and increased traffic from this development, both during construction and once completed, would adversely affect the bird population in the area. Many are migratory birds that are stressed from long travels, and they are vulnerable. That is the very reason they are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Ackerman Park is a location we formerly led birding walks for over 25 years. We regularly saw 170+ protected species of birds. During nearby construction and land clearing, the species count has significantly dropped. It has yet to recover. You will hear more about this later. Ackerman Park is a stark example of what may happen if this rezone is approved. If this rezone is approved, we are placing at risk an amenity enjoyed by over 100,000 visitors a year. The Celery Fields was built using $50 million of public funds to transform it into a stormwater facility and restored wetland for wildlife viewing. The park is used daily for exercise, wildlife viewing, cross-country, county cross-country meets, and educational field trips. The citizens of this county should not be forced to trade the main value of this amenity because of one development. Citizens' money paid for this. Increased traffic in this area will make it unsafe for those exercising, birdwatching, nature viewing, and going on field trips. This is actually a picture of kids getting off a school bus on the Raymond Road shoulder with Smith Farm in the background. Raymond Road is a narrow local road. It is estimated that over 1,200 more vehicle trips would be made on this road each day if this development were to occur. School buses of children are unloading on the shoulder of Raymond Road Boardwalk for field trips, some of them with special needs. That shoulder is directly between the two entrances of the proposed development. The Sarasota Audubon Society has invested $1 million for our nature center and has committed to investing $5 million more, all done to connect people, all people, to wildlife. This investment would be rendered moot by the disruption this future development would cause. All the money raised by Audubon has been from small, local, individual donors, people who are passionate about the protection of this suburban oasis. Through the work with the county and SAS, Celery Fields has developed into a world-renowned ecotourism destination. Celery Fields has established itself as a premier birding site in Florida. Development of the Smith Farm contradicts with the county's own unanimous decision to rewild the quad parcels to create vital protection around Celery Fields and preserve the amenities wildlife for all in the community to enjoy. Both of these spaces provide vital protection for the wildlife and allow people to still see this wildlife up close. Approving this rezone would undermine the mission to protect Celery Fields. Please deny rezone 2330. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
And thank you. Next, we will have Cornelia Salido, followed by Anthony Salido. Good afternoon, ma'am, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I had expected to speak this morning, so I appreciate having the time to hear everybody. Thank you. And as I said, I've signed the speaker card, and I'm speaking in opposition to rezone 2330. And I do appreciate the fact that you're all sitting here still and awake and listening to probably a lot of the same things spoken over and over. So let me be a little briefer then. My husband and I have lived year-round in the Gulf Gate section of Sarasota for over 10 years. And we enjoy spending time at Celery Fields, even though it's a bit of a ride for us, and that's fine. It's one of the places we often bring visitors to our area, just so they can see what we love about Florida. As has been said, Celery Fields is obviously a home for many bird species, and that's extremely important. We know that. It's also an area that the county itself has designated for flood remediation, and that is extremely important, not just to the birds, but to the people and the homes that in the area as part of your master plan. What I want to focus on today is more the accessibility. The habitat and the wetlands are easily accessible, as you know, with at least 2 boardwalks beside the nature area with the high hill. This is important to me in particular because while I can walk the boardwalks and around the area and even up the hill several times, my husband cannot. He uses a mobility scooter. He's here today with his walker. And for that, the Raymond Road Boardwalk area is far more accessible than the one off of Palmer Boulevard. First of all, crossing Palmer Boulevard can present a number of significant dangers, but it's also a lot further to walk. It's about the equivalent of 3 football fields, which doesn't sound a lot, but if you watched the game the other day, it's a pretty long distance. So, as I say, I do appreciate the fact that the boardwalks are there because of the accessibility issue. You've already heard a lot about the birds and a lot about the flooding and the traffic. And of course, those are all concerns, not just for here, but for any place where building may take place. And regarding the economic impact, let me just give you a little example of how I feel that preserving the Celery Field area, not just the fields itself as it exists, but the whole area is important. It's my husband's birthday coming up, and we bought him a $1,700 worth of camera equipment at a local shop. So there you got sales tax, and you've got other revenue, and you've got people working there. And that's just one person. As has been pointed out, people come from all over the country and all over the world. So you've also heard about this eBird application or app, which is the software tool for recording. It's a way of recording bird sightings. And I think that's great. I mean, my background was in technology, and so anything that makes life easier for people and easier to access information is a plus for me. And this has been used by, as has been said, over 100 million bird sightings get reported there annually. So it tells you how important this is to many, many people around the world. So again, I would really urge you to think about this. You've probably had many, this is obviously not the first meeting we're having on this topic, and you may have come in here with your minds pretty well set and hopefully open enough that some of what has been said here by the general population of Sarasota County is meaningful enough to cause you to do what I would recommend, which is to reject this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Anthony Salido, and you are recognized Good afternoon. For 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My wife is going to, I know where it is. I know which one. Yes. Can I just have one moment to get myself set up here, please? I have copies of my slides for all of you. I have citations, legal citations on it that I am not going to read because of the time limitations. So I have them for you. Give me a second, please. Okay. Or do you want to use this and just do, let me see, page down. Yeah, do that instead. Okay, I'm ready. My name is Anthony Solito. I've signed a speaker card. I practiced law in New Jersey for 40 years before I moved to Gulfgate. I'm here today not as an attorney, but as an ordinary citizen and a registered voter, and on behalf of the Sarasota Audubon Society, of which I'm a member. You just heard the applicant's presentation. They said they have met all the minimum standards, and you may feel that you have no choice but to grant their petition. However, I'm going to talk to you about the provisions of the Comprehensive Plan and the Unified Development Code that will allow you to legally deny this petition. The speakers you heard today will give you the support for that denial. The county's future land use policies require an applicant to provide for adequate bufferings of public conservation land from incompatible land uses. Celery Fields is identified as conserved protected lands under your stewardship, and Celery Fields has been assigned a Parks Community land use by the county. The future land use map establishes a long-range maximum limit on the possible density and intensity of land use. However, it does not simultaneously establish an immediate minimum limit. In fact, the present use of land may continue to be more limited than what's designated on the future land use map based on special circumstances. And special circumstances include, but not limited to, site characteristics and compatibility with surrounding development patterns. Now, it's also your policy to protect floodplains. This is Smith Farm. Is it a floodplain? Let's see. This is Smith Farm after Debbie. You cannot permit unmitigated development in 100-year floodplains. And no development can adversely affect the function of floodplains. You must protect residential neighborhoods from incompatible development. This type of development shall be discouraged if traffic will adversely affect public safety. As it was said before, the Raymond Road Boardwalk is at the center of two blind curves. The buffer that they're going to put up is going to make that even worse. I'll now discuss the Uniform Development Code and its purpose and intent. These provisions are established to promote public health, safety, and general welfare, and to regulate orderly and healthy development. As county commissioners, it is your policy that development shall proceed in a safe and environmentally sound manner. You can deny this petition if the land is determined to be unsuitable for development due to flooding, unsatisfactory drainage, or other characteristics that will adversely affect the health, safety, and general welfare. The provisions of the Unified Development Code are minimum requirements. The intent of the Unified Development Code is to protect the character and establish a pattern by addressing compatibility, to prevent or minimize land use incompatibilities, to reduce potential hazards to the public, to ensure protection of persons and property in floodways and floodplains, to protect and enhance the county's environmental, recreational, natural, and scenic resources. And there are minimum requirements that must be met. The development cannot create or exacerbate traffic hazards which result from narrow or poorly aligned streets and minimize the impact of traffic on the surrounding area. This is that blind curve on Raymond Road Boardwalk from the other direction. All those cars make U-turns in this area. Actually, there are two blind curves on Raymond Road. This is the other one that is closer to Palmer Boulevard. And one of the proposed entrances is in the middle of these two blind curves. The development must provide protection from flooding. There can be no adverse impact on the function of floodplains or off-site flood stages. You must protect the county's natural and scenic resources. Last Sunday, 29 Sandhill Cranes visited the Raymond Road Boardwalk. They got to observe the $50,000 to $100,000 of camera equipment pointed at them during the day. Most of that is purchased locally. My wife discussed the handicap accessibility of the two boardwalks. The Raymond Road Boardwalk is the only area that is easily accessible by the handicap. You get out of your car, you're right on the sidewalk, and you're on the boardwalk. The other one, you got to go down a gravel road for 300 yards. And it's ridiculous. My wife discussed the handicap. Okay. Last thing, 126 roofs. Figure 2 days to put up each roof. That's 256 days of machine gun noise from nail guns. And as far as precedent goes, this board previously denied a concrete plant because of the noise. Thank you very much. Please deny this petition.
Thank you, sir. Next will be Frank Duran, followed by Nancy Simpson. Good afternoon, sir. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Frank Duran. I have signed the card. My wife and I are residents of Shadow Oaks, just south of the Smith property, known to us as the Andy Zach property from long ago.
Sir, could you speak into the microphone, please?
I'm
Thank
sorry. We've resided at this location for 40 years. It's where we've raised our 3 kids. We made the decision to move here because we came from a farm and we wanted to live in an open, somewhat rural environment, which it was 40 years ago. We were surprised and disappointed when celery farming was discontinued. However, we were delighted with the county's vision to convert it to a stormwater management facility and further overwhelmed with the resulting ecosystem it has become. When asked where we live, my wife will be quick to tell people in the celery fields. We consider it our home because of how close we are. The proposed rezoning, which I am opposed to, 2330, is not compatible with the surrounding area. The celery fields is an environmental treasure to Sarasota County, first and foremost, but it's also not compatible in terms of the flood mitigation that is offered by the celery fields. And finally, there's a traffic issue, which you've heard about. You've also heard that the Raymond Road Boardwalk is at the heart of the celery fields, and indeed it is. It sits in an ideal location, and when you walk out to the end of that boardwalk and sit in the gazebo, you are surrounded by a tranquility and nature that is hard to describe and very difficult to put into words. As you can see from this diagram, that gazebo sitting in that heart area is only 400 feet. That's the end of the boardwalk, 400 feet from the Smith property across Raymond Road. You can see that in all other directions, there's almost a quarter-mile distance before you get to anything that interferes with the view. So I thought it'd be worthwhile to put you there on that gazebo, looking 360 degrees, and see what you see sitting from that tranquil spot. You can see it's an unobstructed view, looking north, looking south, looking west, and even looking over to the east where the Smith property resides. However, when you consider, even with single-story homes along Raymond Road, that the rest of the development will contain homes up to 35 feet in height, built upon a raised elevation to begin with, you can see that that unobstructed view is not going to last. Neither will the tranquility and the peace that you enjoy sitting in that location. On to the flooding issue. Extensive flooding in '92 affected us all there. I breathed a sigh of relief. That was a 100-year storm. I thought, well, I don't have to worry about this in my lifetime. I was wrong. Just last August, as you've heard plenty of times, the celery fields became a key element in floodwater mitigation, but it didn't do the full job we all expected it to do. The celery fields were at or near capacity. The adjacent Smith property was nearly completely submerged. Lateral Canal C, which is directly behind our home, for the first time I could remember, overflowed its banks. Older neighborhoods near the celery fields are not built to modern elevation requirements, and there's a flood risk to everybody in a home like that, including myself. As seen recently, we're only one dike failure away from catastrophe. This is flooding in the upper left of June of 1992, and this is it again just last August, looking down Shadow Oaks Road. In both cases, the road was impassable. People were affected. This is lateral canal C behind our home. You can see how it overflowed its banks, and in the aerial view you see to the lower right, you can see that it has actually extended well into the backyards of homes along Shadow Oaks Road, and it actually rose higher the day following this picture, getting very close to the home structures themselves. This is the Smith property during the same event last August. Looking northwest, you can see the celery fields at capacity. You can see a good portion of the Smith property underwater. And more importantly, if you look to the northeast, which is actually directly behind our home, it's completely submerged. I can't see where all that water is going to go when you raise the elevation 6 feet or so and you pave it over. Finally, traffic. When we look at the traffic, it's all going to go through residential neighborhoods that are already overtaxed. I urge you to deny the rezone petition 2330. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Nancy Simpson. I will call the next 5 names prior. Stephanie Drass, Milton Hurd, Judy Snyder, Helen Jelks King, followed by Catherine Young. Good afternoon, Nancy. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you so much for your patience today and hearing everybody repeating the same things over and over. I totally understand. My name is Nancy Simpson, and I am a certified floodplain manager and a land use planner. I have at least approximately 10 years of experience in local land use planning and floodplain management. What I want to show you today is something that you probably haven't seen yet, so get excited about it, I guess. I spent a bit of time looking at the site plan, and I overlaid it in Google Earth and put pins on the elevations throughout Smith Farm. And as you can see here in the northeast corner, there's a lot of low-lying elevations. I'll zoom in so people can see a little better in the back. As you can see, there's a 12-foot elevation here. The base flood elevation for this area is 20 feet. And so the design flood for putting a house right here would be 21 feet elevation above sea level. So we're talking about 12 feet to 21 feet to meet minimum requirements for being reasonably safe from flooding per FEMA guidelines and the NFIP. So that's a significant amount of fill, specifically in this area. And as you saw in the photos earlier, this was all completely submerged. And that was a 100-year flood event, maybe more. So we're talking about no less than 8 feet of water in this area. And so where's that water going to go? We have this huge detention pond. The perimeter is approximately 2,918 feet in circumference. So the square footage of that is approximately 486,878. So what's the depth of that? How are you going to contain it? How are you going to pump the water in? How are you going to pump the water out? Where's it going to go? This all feeds into the Philippi Creek watershed, which then goes into Sarasota Bay. When you add 126 homes here, you've got more fertilizer, you've got more impermeable surfaces. So you're increasing an already you're making a bad situation worse, essentially. And to engineer your way out of that level of water is a little bit unconscionable when you're talking about floodplain mitigation and man-made structures. The amount of earthwork that's going to have to go into this project is a lot. And when we're talking about future land use and maintaining natural resources, a development of this size and scale with slab on grade is just not really feasible or compatible with the area. And people have talked about this being an infill project. Technically, yes, it meets that definition, except for within planning, infill typically is meant for urban environments, not rural, suburban and exurban environments, especially when you already have a resource directly next to this project area. And just sort of for some scale as well, going back to the fill, if you're putting 2,000 square foot slabs here, you're talking about close to 16,000 cubic yards of fill per residence in the lowest lying areas of this property, which that obviously changes the natural water course of the floodplain here. And so I'm going to show another one here. This is one of the firm panels from the most recent map update. Oop, wrong way, over here. Oh, that's the wrong one, my bad. Apparently I didn't put the right one on there. This one's from 2016, so, and it has the correct area. You can see the neighboring development was not put in the floodplain, but this is directly in the floodplain. It was previously Zone A with no base flood elevation established, and with the 2024 map updates, it brought it to 19.8, so rounding up to 20 feet, and then with the freeboard, 21 feet. So please consider that when you have human intervention, it causes significant harm to, and you can't guarantee that it is going to be maintained appropriately throughout its life.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Stephanie Drass, followed by Milton Hurd. Good afternoon. You are recognized, Ms. Stephanie, for 5 minutes.
All right. My name is Stephanie Drass. I'm opposed to rezone 2330 because it is harmful to our community. I am a local architect and owner of Trop Architecture. I've been practicing architecture in Sarasota County for 21 years, predominantly in the residential sector. I was retained by the Sarasota Audubon to provide aerial imagery for the requested rezoning of the Smith family farm. This is an aerial view of celery fields. For some reason, the image isn't popping up here. I'm not sure why. But you can clearly see, I think we've seen enough aerials today. We were pointing towards the curve in Raymond Road if we were standing at the pavilion or at the boardwalk, which is the main popular destination. So here is an aerial angled view towards the Smith family farm. And we've created here an aerial graphic utilizing that same drone image and inputting what the neighborhood would look like with 126 homes on the property, which would endanger the neighboring residents and their homes. This is what RSF1 zoning would look like with a gross density of the 2.5 units per acre. With the large planned central retention pond taking up approximately 13 acres of the site, roughly half of the indicated open space. You can see in the background the density of shadow oaks to the south and shadow wood to the east, which are 1 unit per acre. So there's a drastic change in the density. On Raymond Road, the homes are all shown at 1 story, and at the interior of the property, those are all shown at the 35-foot max height. We've also indicated the buffer plan, so you can see that really the buffer plan isn't buffering. You'll still see the roofs, and you'll still see the homes beyond. We've used the simple rectangular massing, which characterizes a typical D.R. Horton, Florida community. This is just a site plan showing the 170 homes. This is a previous site plan. It's since been reduced to 126, but basically just using the applicant's proposal to lay out the homes. I'm just going to go back to this. The new development is in stark contrast to the neighborhoods beyond. The adjacent neighborhoods, Shadow Oaks and Shadow Wood, are 1 unit to 1 acre and a much less density. These surrounding neighborhoods experience significant flood damage, proving this area is unsafe for a higher density housing. We have to engineer a solution. We cannot add to the problem. Paving over floodplains removes the critical function and increases flooding risk downstream. I live in a neighborhood about a few miles from here that was also flooded very similarly to these neighborhoods. Disrupting the ecosystem could have lasting effects on Sarasota's biodiversity. More development means more fertilizers, pesticides, and chemicals running off into these local waterways. The Sarasota Audubon and Celery fields are treasures of the Sarasota County. Sarasota's greatest asset is its natural environment, and developments like this put it at risk. We must protect our community and wildlife and our future by rejecting this rezone request. More residential neighborhoods in the floodplain are not the answer to any of the issues we are currently facing after the destruction of last year's storms. These are our last wild places. Please deny the rezoning 2330 and choose to protect and prioritize the citizens of this county.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Milton Hurd, followed by Judy Snyder. Good afternoon, sir. You are recognized for 5 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Did you have a question?
I had her image not cut off. If you wanted to see the whole thing, it got cut off because of technology.
We're going to just keep moving
Okay,
on.
that's
I apologize. We have a lot to get through today. I want to make sure that we keep moving. Yes, Judy Snyder. Oh, she did. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll have Milton Hurd, and then it will be Helen Jelks King following him. Good afternoon, sir. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Good afternoon. My name is Milton Hurd. I'm speaking in opposition to this application, RZ 2330. I'm a resident and property owner in Sarasota County and also an urban planner. I'm a member of the College of Fellows of the American Institute of Certified Planners, which is sort of, you can think of it as the Cooperstown of urban planning. I've had a 40-year career in urban planning, the last 28 years being running my own planning consulting firm. I've prepared dozens of comprehensive plans and zoning ordinances for over 80 different counties, cities, and towns throughout 10 different states around the country. And I urge you to deny RZ 2330 because, in my professional opinion, it's inconsistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and various requirements of your Unified Development Code. I've got a few citations of those, and they echo some of the ones that you heard from Mr. Solito. Comprehensive Plan Policy 111, for instance, provides for limiting land uses due to special site characteristics and incompatibility with surrounding development, which is what we have here. Policy 1217 requires mitigation of incompatibilities. Policy 212 requires adequate buffering. Policy 236 calls for density to be determined in part by the land uses surrounding the parcel. The proposed rezoning is clearly incompatible with surrounding land uses due to these factors, the intensity and extent of land disturbance that's proposed for the site through this development. The rezoning is also inconsistent with sections 124.11 and 124.12 of the Unified Development Code. These were also cited by Mr. Solito. These establish the purpose and intent of the code, which is to protect public health, safety, and welfare, to guide new growth and development in an environmentally sound manner in accordance with the comprehensive plan, and to prevent or minimize land use incompatibilities and conflicts among different uses. So this proposal is inconsistent with these provisions and incompatible with surrounding properties because specifically, a couple of reasons, 90% of the property along the border of this site is either undeveloped or developed at a very low density of 1 unit per acre or less. And the proposed mitigations, bioswales, trees, small buffers, limited lighting, are the kinds of buffers that you might see more appropriate for an urban neighborhood. But they're totally inadequate to protect a unique and fragile resource like celery fields at this scale. You need a lot more space. And I would note that the main issue here is not the number or density of houses per se, but rather the extent of land coverage with buildings and infrastructure. You saw that in the slides right before me. So simply reducing the number of houses from 170 to 126 while keeping the same footprint of land disturbance does not solve the problem of impacts, incompatibilities, and conflict with county policy. As a planner, I would note that there are ways to design a residential development for this site that would be less harmful, but would still provide increased development value for the owner. For example, a smaller number of houses could be clustered to run along the southern and eastern boundary of the property, leaving the vast majority of the site in its current natural state. This could provide a win-win outcome, but such alternatives are not before you today. So I urge you to follow your plans and regulations and protect the public health, safety, and welfare by rejecting application RZ 2330. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Helen Jelks King, please. You are recognized, and you will have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm a retired optometrist, so I'm going to be showing you some pretty visuals today for a change. My name is Helen Jelks King, and I have signed a speaker's card. I am on the executive board of Sarasota Audubon Society. I'm the coordinator for placing 70 volunteers on the 2 boardwalks, as well as the 55 guided bird walks that we do. I have been involved with Florida Audubon for over 16 years and have led hundreds of guided walks during that time. Obviously, I'm concerned about building 126 homes with a road entrance 110 foot from the Raymond Boardwalk. Raymond Road Boardwalk. Let's see. So this is a standoff of 2 bald eagles and 2 caracara on the Smith farm, which was reported to be devoid of native habitat at our last meeting. The University of Florida has done studies documenting the value of pasture as habitat, and these have been sent to you to your emails previously. In addition, the applicant has stated that this development will actually improve the condition of the farm habitat. My main concern of developing the Smith farm that is incompatible with the surrounding land uses is the increase, you've heard it, in traffic noise and lighting. The Raymond Road Boardwalk is the #1 birding hotspot of the entire celery fields. Photographers line up before dawn to find rare birds. They park on this right-of-way that you see to bring heavy, clumsy equipment. Having 2 entrances to the subject property will increase traffic flow on Raymond Road and therefore the safety of the visitors to the boardwalk. An increase in traffic conflicts is expected. Some birds have no fear of crossing a road to get to other food supplies. More traffic equals more bird injuries. Sandhill cranes, gallinules, ducks, bitterns, stilts, and other birds nest and raise young in this section of the celery fields. They sing breeding songs and make alarm calls when danger lurks. During the construction phase of these homes, the noise is likely to be loud enough that the birds will not be able to communicate effectively. Some species will vacate, leading to fewer bird species for visitors to encounter. After construction, as you've heard, there will be other noises like lawn care, delivery trucks, pool parties, and the increased traffic. And it is not just birds that increased noise will affect. Visitors use the sidewalks and trails there for walking, jogging, bicycling, walking dogs, and nature study. It is currently a peaceful park setting. Increased artificial lighting can cause confusion, disorientation, and exhaustion, according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Currently, the Smith Farm fields attract a large diversity of birds, as you see here. There are 7 species that are listed as Florida threatened that inhabit the celery fields, with the exception of the burrowing owl. And there are 3 federally threatened birds, crested caracara, snail kite, and wood stork. The Smith Farm rezone will create adverse impacts to the celery fields and is incompatible and should be denied. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Catherine Young and then Robert Wright. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
I have signed the speaker's card and I recommend denial of rezone 2330. My name is Catherine Young. I'm a resident of Sarasota County and a board member of Sarasota Audubon, holding positions of education chair, teaching birding classes and eBird classes. The Celery Fields is a county-owned flood mitigation area with the Smith Farm only 100 feet from the south cells of the Celery Fields. This is a map of Ackerman Park. Look in the upper left corner. It is located in the northern cells of Celery Fields. We used to bring our birding groups here, our classes, for Audubon to see the wintering ducks. But as construction commenced across the street from Ackerman, the birds seemed to have moved to the Raymond Road area. The land across from Ackerman was used for cow grazing. Then it changed to apartments, and construction was from 2020 to 2024. eBird, as you've heard, is a large database used around the world for birders and scientists to analyze bird sightings. It was designed and now maintained by Cornell University. eBird logs as an all-time bird species count, as you can see by the red arrow in the left corner, 165 species of birds. The next arrow, red arrow, is the year 2024 and highlights the species count in 2024 at 60 for that year. In this line chart, you can see over the years that the bird species count declined from 111 species in 2020 to 68 species in 2024, with a percentage bird decline of 59%. We believe it is from the construction and the loss of the Ackerman buffer. This is our Facebook page called The Celery Fields. As you can see from the red arrow, we have over 23,000 members who have joined us from around the world. Here are some of the countries: Canada, Pakistan, India, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Nigeria, and it keeps growing every day. Celery Fields, as you've heard, is listed as the number 2 or number 3 hotspot in the state of Florida by eBird. The next park listed in Sarasota is Mayaca, but it is listed at 37. Oscar Share State Park is 59. Redbug and Urfer are not even in the top 100. Why is Celery Fields so visited by ecotourists and not at other parks such as Urfer, Redbug, and Oscar Share State Park? One of the reasons is because Celery Fields is so easily accessible. You can drive around with heavy camera equipment and birding equipment, park yourself on one of the boardwalks, and because of the open wetlands, you can see a raptor coming from a distance, allowing all to get their cameras and binoculars ready to view the birds. Many parks are set up so that you have to walk several miles to get the sought-after bird species. Not many places in Florida are set up so perfect. The housing developments and HOAs built so close bring the following to the Celery Fields: rat poisons, which kill anything that eats the rat, such as our owls and our raptors. Fireworks. It will be great entertainment to walk across the street and let them off at the Raymond Road Boardwalk. Cats let out at night. Studies show that cats wander only 0.2 miles from their home, which is 3/4 of the way into the south cells of the Celery Fields.
Are you done, ma'am? Yes. Oh, okay, great. Thank you very much. Just wanted to check. Next, we'll have Robert Wright.
You can do that.
followed by Gene Doobie. Good afternoon, sir, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good to see everybody still awake. I'm Robert Wright. I have signed a card, and I am a former environmental specialist for Sarasota County and also was in charge of the Neighborhood Environmental Stewardship Team program, where we basically worked with communities in order to make them environmentally friendly. And I also have been with the Northwest Florida Water Management District as an administrator of one of their water resource programs, and also a supervisor of the wastewater program for Sarasota County with the Department of Health. So I believe I have a pretty good background in this area. And I also was born here and lived here for the last 71 years off and on. So just to let you know. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about just a little follow-up on what you just saw regarding Ackerman Park, because this could very well be the ghost of Christmas past for what is going to be happening to the celery fields. Now, if you look here at this right now, there is no construction of any kind right here. And what happens is that I'm going to go through a few of the years with the things we picked up from Google Earth. Now, that was 2018 that I just showed you originally. This is 2020. You can see where this area is being cleared off, which means you had to have heavy equipment in there to run over it and take care of it from that perspective. Same thing here. And also, we're getting some inklings of more development over in this area. So this was 2020. Now at 2022, as we said before, we're looking at now more of a clearing, more heavy equipment, now we're starting the building phase. We've got more development going on over here, where the new Publix came in and that kind of scenario. And what is happening over time is you're seeing the same correspondence with the amount of work of heavy equipment and building going on that is causing the bird population to move away. In fact, in reality, the new headquarters for Sarasota County is one of the ones that is responsible for moving the birds out of the area because of its location. Everything is retreating down here into this area and below. Now here you can see where we've got development happening here. And this is the point at which all of the critters that live there, wildlife, birds, whatever, are moving out of the area and trying to find some place that's safer to be. And this is the development where the new 4-story apartment buildings are being built. And then we get into basically 2024, and you can see that at this point, most everything is cleared out of here where you would have any kind of habitat at all. And in the old days, before any of this took place, all of this was habitat. This whole area was habitat. But now through the development that we've put in there, we have literally forced all of the birds and animals and anything else to move down below this area. Now, we had some talk earlier about how easy it was to have development right beside a park area. And I just want to show you a few things here that you didn't probably pick up on last time. This is Oscashire State Park. Here's some of the development around it. Here's some of the development around it, right here. And when they were saying that those parks are the same as the Celery Fields area, I want you to look kind of closely here. What you should see is a well-forested area with lots of vegetation. And as everybody knows, if you've got a forest that sound is trying to penetrate, it is less likely to be disruptive. But in talking with the park rangers here, they said that virtually all of the animal life and the bird life is now concentrated in the middle of Oskishir State Park because of the development that has been placed around it over the years.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jean Doobie, followed by Susan Cholette Gum. I'll put it on there. I'll put it on there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Administrator. My name is Jean Doobie. I've signed a card. I am on the board of Sarasota Audubon and have been since, 2002. And I am also a past president for a number of years. I have been birding ever since I was in my early 20s, so that's quite some time. So I consider myself an expert. I also was fortunate in 2019 on behalf of Audubon to receive the Voice of Sarasota Award from the Sarasota County Tourism and Hospitality. And that was because of making the Celery Fields a destination, a tourist destination, ecotourism destination. I've also received a national award from National Audubon as a Volunteer of the Year in 2021. So I've had a lot of birding experience. So I'm just going to talk numbers and figures to you right now. So here I go. Do I press the arrows? Okay. I don't know why that went funny. But anyway, the Celery Field's an economic driver. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as previously mentioned, surveys every 5 to 10 years, and have in the last survey, 2022 data, they found that 148 million people engage in feeding, observing, and photographing wildlife in the United States. That's a heck of a lot of people. And the purchase of their equipment in order to do that and for their trips and so forth is $250 billion per year. When within that study, they've zeroed down into birding, and birders there are 96 million of us in the United States, and we spend $107 billion a year on actually directly on equipment and in lodging, and the total trickle-down output is estimated at $279 billion a year. So ecotourism, wildlife watching, nature is very, very big business. I have submitted these studies to the for the record. So what am I saying? Birding is big business at the Celery Fields. They act as an economic driver for ecotourism. People spend money and travel and so forth. And we know that visitors have come from all the states and from 50 countries. I myself have encountered people in other parts of the US and the world, and when I tell them I'm a birder and where I'm from, they say, oh, the Celery Fields, we know it. It's just great. So here in Sarasota County, you can see the economic impact of tourism. So in 2023, $4.28 billion was generated in Sarasota County. In 2024, slightly less, $4 billion. That's a lot of money coming into our county. These are, I gotta hurry. Okay. Then we have other statistics. The purpose of the trip is number 9 is nature and the environment. They come here to see nature and the environment. And nature environmental birding ranks ninth in activities enjoyed. So Sarasota County's investment in the Celery Fields, as you know, is $50 million. And the Walker parcel and the southern cells constitute 140 acres, and they were restored back in the late 2010s And that's why the Southern Cell and the Raymond Road area is so productive for birds, because of the restoration. Audubon Society, of course, we recognized right away that the Celery Fields could be a fantastic place, and we conduct our surveys, bird surveys monthly, weekly, periodically, so we know exactly how many birds are in the Celery Fields. We've also investing in the quad buffer to create an additional buffer to the Celery Fields, and that we have pledged with Big Waters Land Trust to raise $5 million for that project. Oh, is that my time up? Okay. I just want to say a little bit about Ackerman Lake. I've been observing birds in Ackerman Lake since 1997, and I have seen the decline in birds, and it coincides with the construction that's going on in the north by the Fruitville Library in the northern part of the Celery Fields. And we attribute that, and I attribute that, to the decline in birds and pushing the birds further down.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Susan Shettlegum, followed by Ann Thomas. Good afternoon, ma'am. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Do you hear? Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to walk you through Audubon's view of Celery Fields and its importance to the county and the threats that face it with this rezone. Rezone 2330 should be denied. It is inconsistent with Sarasota County's comprehensive plan. It's incompatible with adjacent land uses, and the comprehensive plan and Unified Development Code justify consideration of issues such as floodplain issues, traffic issues, and incompatibility with adjacent land uses. And in fact, I would say they require you to study those risks. Just very briefly, you've seen most of this actually from the applicant, and Steffi Drass mentioned that the stormwater pond is approximately 13 acres, and that comprises just over 50% of the open space. What that means is only 9.8 acres of land of their open space is land rather than water, because they're counting that pond as part of their open space. So even though they're providing more open space than is required, a huge percentage of it is in that pond. And as Milt Hurd mentioned, 54% of the farm boundary is adjacent to Celery Fields. That's its primary adjacent use. You've heard about the comprehensive plan policies from a lot of people today, and I want to give you a way to think about them that makes it a little more comprehensible. If you look at the issue of compatibility, almost all of the comprehensive plan policies that we believe this development is inconsistent with relate to compatibility issues. Policy 2.1.2, 1.2.17, 2.3.6, 2.3.7, and Objective 2.3, and those are all future land use policies. There are several policies related to flooding, future land use policies 1.2.2 sub A and 1.2.5. So if you think about those in those two groups, if you determine in your mind that this proposed land use is incompatible with the Celery Fields and surrounding residential developments that are significantly lower densities, then I believe you'll find that most of those comp plan policies are that it is inconsistent with those, because they look at compatibility related to traffic, they look at compatibility related to noise issues, they look at compatibility related to flooding. So if you look at all of those issues, and I on February 10th sent you a memo that contains all of those policies in full, and then discusses them. So one of the ones that's critically important, I believe, is Future Land Use Policy 1.1.1. People tend to stop reading it at the first sentence, but if you continue reading it, you'll find that maximum density in the future land use plan does not have to be granted. If there are special circumstances on the site, the board may continue lawfully to continue it at the existing zoning. Your staff found that existing zoning is appropriate for this site, that it can stay at that appropriate zoning, and that it can be developed in that way. You also have a very critical one in future land use policy 2.1.2, provide for the adequate buffering of public conservation lands from potentially incompatible adjacent uses. Now, the Planning Commission and your staff have both determined that policy 1.2.17, that it was inconsistent with that policy. In order to find this development inconsistent with that policy, they must also have had to determine that there were incompatibilities, because that policy talks about buffering to mitigate the impacts. So therefore, if the buffering is inadequate, as we all believe it is, then you also need to find that all of those inconsistencies are present when it talks about incompatibilities. Should the applicant talk about Bert Harris property rights? There is no right to a rezoning. A discretionary act such as a rezoning by the county commission is something that is not seen by the courts as a reasonable investment-backed basis to make expenditures. Therefore, there's no Bert Harris action, I believe, under the facts of this particular property. So I believe the commission is free and should examine these policies, determine that this project is inconsistent with them because of the. Thank you very much, and I'm pleased deny 2430. Sorry.
Yep. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Next, Ann Thomas, followed by Tim Litchett, if I said it correctly. Good afternoon, Ann. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, I did fill out a card. Now, if I use this machine here, I can just
The wolf, please.
Okay. I'm a realtor in Sarasota. I've been here for 35 years, and so I have seen this area grow, so I want to give you guys a real estate perspective. And I live in Sylvan Lee, which is the community. Actually, I'm going to put my map here. Which you guys have seen this, but quite a few times. I can't make sure. Okay, so I live in Sylvan Lee, right over here on Tree Fern Trail. We've seen a lot of photos already, so I'm not going to bore you with those. But I took a lot of pictures during the flooding of the whole area of my streets. But one of the things one of the owners addressed was that we have in Sylvan Lee a sewer treatment plant, or I should say holding ponds. And I'm going to put these pictures here, right here, so you can see we've got several several holding. Sorry, I can't tell. Okay, we've got several holding ponds, and they actually abut to this nice drainage canal right here, which borders Sylvan Lee and the Smith property. And so let's see here, I'm going to show you this. Sorry. So you can see right over here in red, that's where the Smith property is, and I believe another owner showed you how high the flood waters got. So one of my concerns about this growth, or excuse me, the rezone is the flooding and that area flooding into the canals. And let's see here, because when we had all the flooding, I mean, there were kids, walking, swimming, and they were in their boats or their canoes, anyway, playing in the water. And so that is something to think about, is these holding ponds that we have that could definitely affect the health of people living in the community. Sorry, here I'm just nervous, as you can tell. And so, anyway, but one of the things that I wanted to also talk about is the flooding that we had during Debbie was before all the development would be taking place. So my concern is if all of that water is displaced, where is it going to go? Because during the hurricanes, we had a lot of tidal surge and water was coming in, and we had a lot of water coming out out of the area, and they were all converging and flooding, in Sarasota. And so I have witnessed as a realtor many homes that have been flooded, and I've got to tell you, it's very devastating. I had somebody that I met a couple of days ago. He showed me a video of 3 feet of water outside of a slider of flood water coming in, and I got to tell you, that's really scary. And right now, I'm finding a lot of buyers do not want to buy homes in flood zones. And the other concern I have is, when FEMA comes and redraws all the flood maps, is that going to make our area that right now that is zoned XAE? Because one of the things that you need to consider is flood insurance is very expensive. I mean, right now I have flood insurance in Sylvan Lee, and I'm paying $500 a year, but if I have to be in an AE zone, I'm looking at $2,500. And if you have a mortgage, you've got to add that much because you're going to be required to have flood insurance. And so if you have a mortgage, you're going to be paying a lot more money, number one, on what you're paying already for current insurance. And Citizens just announced that they're going to be increasing, because they're the state's insurance, they're going to be increasing their insurance an average of 6.6%. And so that's going to be a burden for a lot of the homeowners, and we could see more foreclosures, and we probably are going to see a lot of foreclosures coming with the existing homes that are flooded right now. And so that's something we really need to think about, and I think this area really needs to have more park space, and I'm for building. I like houses because that's what I do. I sell for a living, but not at the expense of owners that could get hurt. And I really think the county, we need to figure out something to keep that property an open space. So anyway, thank you very much. So please say no.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we will have Tim Litchett, followed by Ryan Walker, Pamela Hirschberger, Alexandra Coe, Lisa Skies, and then Sean Bartlett, please. Good afternoon, Tim. You are recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. We're hearing some really competent testimony today from these the members of the public. I'm so impressed. My name is Tim Litchett. I've lived for 35 years in a paddock subdivision that's less than a mile from the Smith property right on Porter Road. I'm a retired attorney. I worked a large part of my career, 32 years, for the city of Sarasota, all in zoning and development. Spent nearly 20 years as the director of development over there at the city, managed all aspects of development. So I am in a position to provide you some substantial competent evidence as an expert in planning in the zoning realm. I don't mind appropriate development. I understand comprehensive plans, rezoning, stormwater, and mitigation issues. I believe I've heard the developers' fine team at the planning board say that since the comprehensive plan has this property designated moderate density residential, that the county has some type of obligation to rezone it. And that's quite frankly not the law. The comp plan is a roadmap to future development, as you know, and those decisions. Each rezoning stands on its own facts, should be evaluated to determine consistency with all, not just some of the policies and the plans. Those policies are there to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare. The development should be appropriate for the site, and this one is not. You're supposed to consider environmental systems, as you've heard, all development impacts, and certainly prevent future flooding. The planning board looked at all these standards and said no. But in classic big developer style, they're trying to now play the good guy card, have graciously lessened their ask from an outrageous 3.5 units per acre, which was a 3,400% increase from the current density of one home per 10 acres, down to only 2.5 per acre. So where they could currently construct only one massive home, they want to build 25, saying on the new fact sheet they provided, the staff provided, they had listened to the public from the planning board. Really? Did you hear anybody say that they want to hear that kind of that type of density? No, we didn't. The current property owner has a reasonable economic use of this property. They can construct huge estate homes on 10-acre parcels, be completely within their rights. They can still make that healthy profit, probably help some of our local developers. But as we all know, this big density developer, it's all about lining their pockets with extra density requests, which only enrich their national company, puts additional strain on our already overburdened infrastructure. It'll tax our roads, require extra police and fire resources, impact our water and sewer grid, and your so-called impact fees don't even get close to covering those long-term costs. And now let's talk about the obvious flooding issues. We've heard so much. The property is obviously in a designated FEMA area, high risk of flooding. I've personally seen the property covered by the floodwater after storms. So don't tell me after building 25 new homes where only one could be built today, there won't be additional flooding. You can't dig a retention pond that dig deep enough to realistically hold that runoff from storms. And we're regularly seeing these big storms now. I don't want my personal home to be flooded because a national developer wants to make a killing at our local expense. And finally, let's talk about that additional mitigation we've heard proffered by the developer today. And again, another classic big density developer tactic. It's almost laughable to me. What's the opacity of all these dead trees? I'll talk about that in 1 second. It kind of reminds me of when we were told by the developer of the lovely transfer station at Procter & Porter that we'd never see all the trash. The pictures I'm showing you right now are from the Palms rental development. I believe it was developed by Horton less than a mile from this property on Palmer Boulevard down by Tatum. I took these pictures February 5th myself at 5 o'clock. Look at the beautiful landscaping they planted, how they've maintained it. And no, this isn't the result of the storms. They just never got the irrigation working right. That's where all the hedges were supposed to be, or were. They all died from lack of water, and they've already gotten what they wanted from the county. So what do they care? Unfortunately, your talented staff with the county does not have the ability to monitor these things long term. All these proffered buffers. You have to rely on the integrity of the developers. So is this what we're going to see for mitigation out there, all this new development? I asked the county to stop these big density developers from abusing the public that elected all of you, deny this
Thank you, sir.
petition.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Ryan Walker. Ryan Walker. Ryan Walker. Okay, next will be Pamela Hirschberger, followed by Alexandra Coe. Good afternoon, ma'am. You are recognized. You will have 5 minutes.
I signed the speaker card. My name is Pamela Hirschberger. I live at 2140 Shadow Oak Road, along with my husband, Merlin, on the property that abuts the canal next to the Smith Farm. The canal runs on the north and east side of our property. During Storm Debbie, I watched in horror as water overflowed from the farm into the canal and flooded the back and the side of our neighbors' properties along the canal. The flooding stopped short of reaching our house. The farm was flooded and most of it underwater, as you've seen in pictures that were taken by other people from our property, so I won't bother to show pictures of it. The proposed development will increase the potential flooding to the existing properties as the runoff from the built-up development will flow into our areas, putting us into danger and potential greater flooding. I am strongly against this rezoning. Another strong case against the rezoning is protection of the gem of the bird sanctuary. I am here today because my employer allowed me to have the day off to protect the case. I have a statement here from her. Her son, David M. Taylor Jr., is a resident of Denver, Colorado, and he's a photographer of raptors, hawks, and eagles and falcons. He has collections of works that have been published of his pictures of birds. He visited the celery fields, and he was smitten with the beauty and variety of birds. He was able to get a photo of a rare bird he had never seen. He visit it every day, getting up at 4:30 in the morning to go to the fields to photograph them. He feels that the Celery Fields is truly a Sarasota treasure and a gem to be preserved and protected at all costs. I'm asking today, literally begging, that you say no to this proposal in protection of the birds and the treasure sanctuary that is there, and also for protection of we as residents in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Alexandra Coe.
This is the picture from the Celery Fields.
Oh, did you want to put that on the wolf real quick, just for the record?
Pardon?
Would you like to put it up on the wolf real quick, just so that we have a record for that in perpetuity? Thank you. Magnificent. Moving on, Alexandra Coe. One more time, Alexandra Coe. Okay, next we have Lisa Sykes. Lisa Sykes is gone, thank you. Moving on to Sean Bartlett. Sean Bartelt. Last time, Sean Bartlett. Okay, thank you. Moving on, I have 3 speaker cards left. And at this time, I will announce if there's anybody else that wishes to speak on agenda item number 2. Now is the time to grab a card, sign it, put it in. The final 3 on agenda item 2 are Allison Werner, Barbara Day, and Eileen, it looks like Newman. First will be Allison Werner. Allison Werner. Allison Werner. Next will be Barbara Day. Okay, we have Miss Barbara, then Eileen Newman. You are recognized, ma'am. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And if you could probably pull the microphone closer to your mouth, that might be. There you go.
My name is Barbara Day, and I did sign the speaker's card. Please deny the rezone for the planned subdivision near the Celery Fields. Celery Fields has been written up in national magazines as one of the best birding sites in the country. People come in and spend money here on hotels and restaurants, but development is taking place all over the county. We need to protect this piece of paradise. Although the developer has promised to put in a buffer of trees and bushes, it'll take many years for those to grow. The new development would bring lots of noise during the construction phase. All new subdivisions have street lighting, and homeowners add additional lighting for safety reasons. All of this nearby lighting would affect birds in a negative way. How are the birds supposed to protect themselves from this extra lighting? The new subdivision would bring a lot of traffic and put pedestrians' lives at risk as they cross the road with their tripods and their huge telephoto lenses. When the county bought the Celery Fields in 1992, who could have imagined the incredible bird sanctuary that it would become? Personally, I like it better than the beach. Hundreds of thousands of visitors come from every state and from many countries to see the birds. I've taken many of my own personal visitors to the Celery Fields. I remember one time I was there alone. It was very quiet. There weren't many people there. I heard the ducks quack, the birds chirp, and then I heard a tiger from the cat habitat. I stood there and thought, this is living the good life. The Celery Fields was purchased to control the flooding in Colonial Gables and other neighborhoods near the Felipe Creek. I would think that the new subdivision would be ripe for flooding due to the proximity to the Celery Fields. Why would anyone want to develop land so close to a flood zone? And who would want to buy a home there? Think of what this would do to our homeowners' insurance and to flood insurance rates. We are seeing more rainfall and more severe storms in the area. We have to provide more areas for stormwater retention. I think we are encroaching on the celery fields too much. Birds need peace and quiet to rest, nest, and breed. Please deny the rezone for the new subdivision. We need to protect one of the greatest local tourist attractions, the celery fields. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next and lastly, we have Eileen Newman. Good afternoon, ma'am. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And it's Eileen Naiman.
Oh, okay.
And thank you for being here and doing your jobs. I really appreciate that. And speaking at the last one, everything's been said, and I think very well said, and a lot of experts. I'm a veterinarian. I grew up in the Dade County area and went to the University of Florida and moved here in '82 and took a big breath that I was able to not move back to the East Coast that I saw growing up, the damage and the destruction of our beautiful Florida native beauty. I realize we need development, but every time there is development, we have wildlife refugees. I and my colleagues see them. They're brought in if they're not dead. On the way to work, in a 24-hour period, I go down Clark Road. We've got Sky Development. We've got High Hat Ranch. In 24 hours, I've seen 3 dead possums, and I could go on and on. The ones that aren't dead are maimed. They come to us, and then they go to the rehabbers after we work on them. I've also volunteered for Audubon, and I'm on Siesta Key, one of the many people that have flooded, but I see the change in the environment. We've allowed so much great density. When I moved here, we had a county sign on Siesta Key that said bird sanctuary. That sign, and I don't know what year, has been replaced with #1 beach in the USA. It's been the kiss of death, and when I was volunteering there for Audubon, we were protecting, during nesting season, the endangered snowy plover, which loved Siesta Beach, and we had beautiful fledglings every year. And the least tern is another endangered bird. We haven't had any, I believe, since 2016 because of the density. The density that is slated, if you don't deny this rezoning, is literally going to be the kiss of death of nesting birds in that area. I've seen it happen, and when they're gone, they're gone. And I know the life is busy. A lot of people don't care. They're not attached to birds. But they're really a sentinel of how we are doing the health of our communities, how our children are going to fare, et cetera. I ask you to please deny the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I have no more speaker cards, and will offer the applicant their rebuttal time.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, again, for the record, Charlie Bailey with the Williams Parker Law Firm. We've been listening to about 61 speakers, each of whom had 5 minutes apiece. Yes, sir.
Can you hold up just a quick second? My understanding is that given the nature and the volume, you'd requested for a little additional time, perhaps, or we can give you a little time. So just want to let you know you will be heard today, as we've heard from all of our participants here today. So just wanted to let you know we'll work with you here.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yes, sir. I was going to just respectfully request, normally you give 5 minutes for
Yes.
rebuttal, and we've got, it's almost overwhelming with 61 speakers, each of whom had 5 minutes, and we would request at least 10 minutes, and I think we'll keep it within that 10 minutes.
Very good, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Again, for the record, I'm Charlie Bailey with the Williams Parker Law Firm. I'm going to touch on 2 things real quickly. I'm going to get project engineer Andrew Pluta to help me in a moment, but he's going to confirm that with regard to wastewater, didn't really address it, but Sylvan Lee expressed concerns about their package plant. Andrew Pluta, engineer with Kimley Horn Associates, has designed our wastewater system to receive flows from Sylvan Lee so that they will be able to come off of that package plant. So just wanted to mention that. Andrew's going to touch on the stormwater and floodplain issues real quickly.
Very good. Thank you, Charlie, and good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Andrew Pluta, licensed professional engineer with Kimley Horn in Sarasota. Very briefly, we did hear the complaints about Sylvan Lee's package plant. This project, we worked in concert with utility planning staff. We will design the project to deliver a point at which, at a later date, that package plant could be rerouted and taken offline. And currently in FDP's, or Sarasota County has been issued a consent order by FDP. These sanitary sewer overflows are a problem, so that is a benefit.
Go.
Related to stormwater, I'd like to just provide a high level. Quickly, we were hit by hurricanes. We came before the Planning Commission previously. And at that time, we had already committed to over-designing the project. And then in January of this year, just as a reminder, the county engineer approached you all with some recommendations. I'm a visual person. Spencer referenced the bar in front of you on the 21st. Most of the municipalities in the area regulate to the 8 inches in 24 hours. Current Sarasota County is again the highest level of service flood regulation that the county engineer is aware of in the state of Florida. Going above and beyond that, we did not have to make any modification to what we were already planning to do to exceed the minimum standards. So again, you can rely on Kimley Horn to always go above and beyond the minimum standards.
And then on that, I would note the client has authorized us to. I think Chris King, former planning commissioner, mentioned that we had not proffered that 11.8 to design to that. We are willing to proffer a stipulation that would confirm that we design our stormwater system to accommodate 11.8 inches over a 24-hour period. So we're willing to stipulate to that included in the rezone ordinance.
And lastly, without much effort, if you go through the 18 options provided by the county engineer at the stormwater workshop, again, without much effort, we are either satisfying them or they are not applicable to this type of project. So I estimate around 11 or 12 of those would be satisfied. I'll turn over to Charlie. He may finish stormwater and then jump into some other topics.
Okay, thank you. I would just mention, with regard to stormwater, Andrew hit the technical issues. I would just mention a couple of things that we heard in testimony. Chris Bales showed a video of me from 7 years ago, which proved nothing but I've aged and uglied. And she was showing images of that site that was entitled Under Construction, and was showing images of the June 11 rain in which we received 8 inches of rain in 3 hours of a site that was under construction, and saying that the stormwater system wasn't functioning. So I would submit to you that's not competent substantial evidence. With regard, you don't have to have the brains of an education of Andrew Pluta to understand engineering. With regard to, we heard some testimony from the listers who live in Deerfield right here. So project was platted in 1996, designed to your 100-year storm event because it was post-1992. But I noted that during Debbie, at which we got 18 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, she had water overflowing her pool and some water in her garage. Her home did not flood in this area. We're over-designing. I guarantee you that our 11.8 inches over a 24-hour period is going to exceed the design of the system. When we heard direct testimony today, observations of Hurricane Debbie receiving 18 inches. With regard to compatibility, I would mention that we've, folks are looking to, with regard to compatibility, we've got RSF2 here, and RSF3 here, and RSF2 here. These are immediately adjacent to the celery fields. They do not have the buffers that we have. They have greater density than we have. They don't have the height limitations that we have. They don't have the lighting restrictions that we have. And they're not committing to a 100% opaque buffer that is 6 feet wide, 10 times the width of what's required by the county code. So I heard a lot of folks who I I am certain, are experts on certain issues, but to simply read policies and without concluding or providing any competent substantial evidence that criteria have not been met does not seek to establish an inconsistency with the cited policies. You don't cite them, read them, and just say that they haven't been met. They have to provide information to confirm that they're not buffered. I heard somebody conflict themselves saying that we're not providing sufficient buffering next to conserve public lands, but at the same time said, well, the buffering that we're providing might cause, wasn't an expert in traffic, but might cause some visual issues along the roadway. So do you want the buffering or not want the buffering? It's like you can't win for lose. So I would submit that we are, in fact, fully compatible with all applicable criteria contained in the zoning code. And the one that has been cited is policy 1.2.17 of the future land use element that talks about those things that you do to mitigate potential incompatibilities, which is the provision and location of open space, perimeter buffers, landscaping and berms. We have berms, over landscaped, and opaque fences within our buffers that are wood fences, not shiny white PVC fences, but natural wood. Screening of lighting sources, which we have prohibited, noise, mechanical equipment, location of road access to minimize adverse impacts, increased building setbacks. Our homes are going to be set back at least 60 plus feet from the property boundary, and building height. So this is perhaps the only project I've ever done that checks the box, every single box on 1.2.17. Lastly, so I would submit to you that we are consistent with the comp plan and comply with all the applicable requirements as reflected in the report that Kelly Klepper, our planner, submitted. Wanted to just mention quickly that one thing that didn't get noticed was we heard concerns about parking along Raymond Road for the boardwalk. We proffered early on to improve parking to allow additional parking and better parking on that side of Raymond Road, and we're told that we really wouldn't, there was not a rational nexus to it. So what we did instead, we proffered a stipulation 2, that would call for an RRFB to be installed, a crosswalk either here or here, that would be one of those that's triggered, that when you're crossing, it flashes, to allow our residents to safely walk, bike, push a stroller, or whatever, to the south side of the Celery field without further burdening or impacting the already limited parking. Finally, I understand that someone made reference to, may not fully understand the procedure of a quasi-judicial proceeding, and said the president was elected to do the will of the people. Yes, and all elected officials are elected to do what they're charged with, to carry out the charge they're tasked with. And in this instance, with a quasi-judicial proceeding, it's a land use matter which is quasi-judicial, and it's not just whether you like, the color of Charlie's tie or just whatever the reason may be. It's based on the competent, substantial evidence that's submitted, and whether procedural due process was accorded, whether the correct standards are being applied based on the competent, substantial evidence. We would submit to you that the standards are your comp plan and the UDC. We have submitted competent, substantial evidence with regard to all of those applicable criteria as reflected in our testimony and the materials that we have submitted. What is competent, substantial, or what is not competent, substantial evidence? And I've got case law I'll submit, but this is a Popka v. Orange County that just mentions that the complaints of citizens did not in this case constitute competent, substantial evidence to conclude that public interest would be adversely affected by granting appellant's zoning approval. And there's one specific that's cited quite often, I'm sure the county attorneys are familiar with, is Pollard v. Palm Beach County, that mentions that lay witnesses' speculation about potential traffic problems, light and noise, and general unfavorable impacts of proposed land use are not considered competent, substantial evidence. You can say, I saw flooding, but can't say what caused the flooding. Can't say that there's a traffic problem, but you can say, I saw traffic. I'm a land use attorney. I'm not a litigator. I don't come in to fight or argue. I'm just stating what the case is and what governs this proceeding. And so we would respectfully request your approval of this based on the competent, substantial evidence that we presented, indicating that we've met the applicable criteria of your comp plan and the zoning code. And with that, I would just submit the materials that we showed. Thank you very much for your time. We're happy to answer any questions, and we request your approval.
Thank you, sir. Hold on there, Mr. Bailey. Looks like Commissioner Smith, you have a question for the applicant, sir?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Mark Smith, you're on the board.
Charlie.
Yes, sir.
Always amazed how fast you can talk.
That's the sign of an attorney, by the way. You know,
Yeah.
attorneys are always
Oh.
fast talking. Got to get the attorney jokes too. You know?
Literally, not figuratively.
Anyway, I had a question for you. The elevation of the Smith Farm, the grade, do we know what the average existing grade is right now on the property?
I'll defer to Andrew, but I know that the image that one of the speakers had was like anywhere from 12 feet to 21 feet.
Is that, do you agree with that?
Accurate. That was
Okay.
or
And-
at least is not does not agree with a signed and sealed topographic survey that we can provide.
All right, but we're looking at, what, 12, 14 feet?
No, so we're looking at on average around 18.
All right, 18 feet, let's say 18 feet. The base flood elevation, be a
Around,
feet,
I think it was 19.6, I believe, approximately.
and then, okay, so let's say 20, and then the Florida Building Code requires 1 foot of freeboard.
Sure.
So we're looking at least an average of 3 feet of fill that are going to be over the entire site.
Yes, sir.
Although probably sloping through the buffer onto Raymond Road. I guess the heartburn I have is looking at the flooded pictures, that you're saying you're going to capture all your rainwater, but you're displacing the entire site from a flooded area, and so you might capture what falls directly onto your property, but you're displacing all that water that was stored on that property during the last storms.
Sure. Yeah, I can address that with our development concept plan. The site currently discharges to here and here.
Can you speak into your mics?
Yeah. So the site currently discharges in 2 locations. We would intend to propose a control structure through the lots in approximately this location to replicate historic flows.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's be respectful. We're almost there. Great job today. Yes, sir.
Thank you. With respect to the location of the outfall structure, again, it will be located approximately there. However, the large detention pond that we've created on site, we will not only stack the water vertically, but the surface area of the pond is going to give us the compensating floodplain volume to mitigate all of the on-site floodplain impact.
Okay. Technical question, I says, what's the difference between a retention pond and a detention pond?
What's proposed on the screen is a wet detention pond. That means that the site, basically stormwater will go into that pond and it will be released at a metered rate. A retention pond is one in which it doesn't really discharge. So you can think of like a dry pond where it kind of, all the rainwater just percolates through.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. I don't have anybody else on the board. Thank you, gentlemen. No further questions, it looked like. So we will now close the public hearing, and we will get into deliberations here from the board. And it looks like I have Commissioner Mast on the board first. Ma'am, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start this discussion with my wonderful board because this is my backyard and it's my district. So it's like where I live, work, and play, and I drive that area significantly. So for those individuals who said, have you taken the time to get out there? Have you taken the opportunity? I've lived here almost 50 years, and I've lived in this district the entire time I've been here. So I feel very comfortable in saying that I'm very familiar with the area, what it used to be, what it currently is, and the potential of what it could be. So I want to start by saying that anytime there's an opportunity for infill, it allows us the opportunity to have more affordable housing than before, and I totally respect private property rights and that of the Smith family. This is a really unique parcel requiring a very unique project, and this is one of many amazing gems within Sarasota County. I actually worked for Sarasota County when the county said, we're going to go out into the community and work on implementing the celery fields and turning it into a stormwater project, and it was not well received by the community. I have to be honest with you, you guys were not happy about it at all. But I want to say thank you to the previous boards and the administration that had the vision to purchase the celery fields, and to not only do that, but to partnership with the Audubon and many other incredible groups, and I'm not naming them because I'm sure I'll forget one of them. They are currently cohabitating within a mixed-use neighborhood that has morphed over the years and has, shall we say, grown into themselves. We are seeing them do what I call a rewilding, which I'm learning a lot about right now, and rehabitating and reestablishing habitats. And so I'm an avid learner. I'm enjoying learning about this. I want to say that I appreciate every single one of the emails, which, by the way, were hundreds and hundreds. I read every one of them. Some of you sent more than one. I want you to know that. And I also appreciate the speakers that came out today. And most of you were extremely respectful, and I thank you for that. Some of you, however, could learn to temper yourselves a wee bit, because we do listen very attentively and very respectfully. And I do believe that today was an excellent example of how the process is supposed to work. And I believe in it very much, and that's why I'm sitting here. For me, life is about a balance. It's about a balance of housing and environment. It's about the opportunity to live, work, and play, and generationally live here. I have the privilege of I'm married to a native Sarasotan. Our children were born in the same hospital as him. Our grandson was born in the same hospital as him. For me, this last piece of the puzzle does not fit. It is not compatible, in my opinion, with what this gem is. I do not think that this was a difficult decision. I spent a lot of time, and I mean a lot of time, reading it, processing it, talking to people. I was grabbed in the grocery store. I was talked to at church. I had discussions on the phone. I met people. I tried to listen to everyone. For me, I would love to see this community that has embraced this project, and the ones that have been as passionate and as respectful of you as been, I challenge you to do the same thing when it comes to protecting our children of this community, because you guys have done it in a very well way. So for me, it's a very methodical process that I went through. And because I don't believe that it is compatible, I will not be supporting this project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Next on the list, it looks like we have Commissioner Knight, followed by Commissioner Smith, then followed by Commissioner Cutzinger. Commissioner Knight, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And I was going to try to follow up on some questions Commissioner Smith had, but I think Commissioner Mast, thank you for everything you just said. You answered all my questions. And it is a place I've used to go run back when I was still working, and I don't think I need to get deeper in that. We've been here a long day, right? So for me, at the end of the day, I concur with Commissioner Mast, and you did an eloquent job with describing what I think, and more for me, it's common sense. And it simply is that it is a cherished area. We're doing a lot of work on stormwater, everything a lot of people talked about. And so I agree with Commissioner Mast that this is something that right now I just can't support.
Thank you, sir. Next on the board, we have Commissioner Smith. You are recognized, sir.
Well, thank you. It's to me, it seems pretty simple. The area floods, and bringing fill into a site that floods is going to disperse the water elsewhere, and that just doesn't. It's we're not supposed to do that. We've apparently done that in the past, and this is where we are today. The fact that the water is going to go to the Philippi Creek basin, that's where the water goes. That area already is overtaxed, as we've heard from the folks on Philippi Creek that got flooded. So to me, I can't support it because of that. And that's probably the bad news. I want to give Anthony credit. Wonderful job there. It's not compatible with several sections, every section he picked out with our comprehensive plan. So to that. Now, the good news for the property owners is they're sitting on an incredible opportunity. They have a world-renowned destination. Hundreds of thousands of people visit that area annually. There seems to be an economic opportunity for them to work with others. Almost, these are thoughts that came to me while I was listening to everything. A hermitage-type birder sanctuary, you might say. There's parking issues that could be resolved on their site. They could be an environmental oasis, rewild the property, make it part of the celery fields. To me, there's actually something, may need another rezoning, but it may be a rezoning that the Audubon Society and everybody would be in favor of it, that actually augmented and enhanced the current celery fields. So I can't support it, but to me, you all have a piece of property that, I mean, if somebody told me I had 100,000 people coming next door to me, I'd figure out a way to cash in on that baby, I tell you. So anyway, I can't support what's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cutzinger, you're on the board and recognized, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll start by the same way that Commissioner Mass did, and I want to thank the previous commission who had the bold foresight and the vision to purchase this property and then move forward in an amazing way to convert it into an amazing amenity. And I am also a property rights advocate, and I think it's a very important thing. This hasn't been a difficult decision for me at all. I want to commend the testimony. It's been a long day, but I'm wide awake. And go ahead, Joe. Come on after me, Joe. But I'm wide awake because the testimony was engaging, really well done. And again, I want to just commend those who put forth amazing effort because I cannot support this either. It just doesn't fit. And I've got a lot to say about it, but there's been a lot said already, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I have no one else on the board, so I will take my small bite at the apple and keep my comments brief. There's just not a whole lot that I can say that already hasn't been said by my colleagues on this board. To begin with, I want to thank everybody for showing up here today. The time, dedication, the amount of effort and work that you all put in is appreciated. And it certainly takes a lot to get out of bed, come before the dais, come before this board and present. How do I say this? It's not lost on me how difficult things can be from time to time. But the point is that you all came, we listened, and we heard. We're often reminded as we sit up here by the people that put us here, and those that didn't, that, we go out and we campaign and we make promises and we run on issues that we like. For me, it's very easy. I mean, environment's in my background. It's in my academic background. It's the way that I live my life with my kids. In fact, I'm about once a month or over to the Celery Fields, and I think I heard somebody call it Mount Celery. But in my world, when I run that, that's Cardiac Hill. I mean, it's a big, heavy lift, and I need about a week to recover from it. But my kids have zero issues. They love it. The environment, the synergy there, the food web that exists. I was blessed to be able to get out to a dedication with Big Waters and Audubon a few weeks ago, and I met some wonderful people, some great new friends. Your facility there is great with the history and the archaeology and the fossils, so it's a true gem to what everybody here has alluded to here in Sarasota County. It is absolutely a gem, and a project like this is really, I don't want to say a no-brainer, but it didn't require, in my mind, a lot of intellectual effort. And so that being said, I am actually looking forward to seeing where this goes in our future. I had no idea we had so many birders here in our community, so hello to all of you. I will make sure that the next time I'm over there, I will try to get onto Raymond Road if I see cars, just to learn a little bit more about it, perhaps. And I just want to make one comment. This might be for staff. I think I heard that there's some issues maybe with the parking there. I think maybe we need to take a little bit of a closer look to protect the people that are parking there. And perhaps there was also, my other note said there could be some debris on Raymond Road. We just want to make sure that that is completely safe and that there aren't any auto accidents. With that being said, that is all I have to say, and I'm looking for a motion, please. I have Commissioner Mast on the board. You are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I make a motion to deny the rezone petition number 2330, and for me, it's based on incompatibility. I could go on, but I don't think I need to say more than that.
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a second by, a motion by Commissioner Mast and a second by Commissioner Knight to your motions.
The only thing that I would just like to say further is that I hope that I made my speech teacher proud today who came out and spoke. I just thought it was very interesting. When you live in a community as long as you do, and you have them come out and speak at a public meeting, I hope I did you proud today.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Knight, to your second. What's that now? Oh, are you digging the University of Florida?
Being that you went to UF, it's a low academic, as you said.
So it begins, ladies and gentlemen, so it begins. That being said, let's call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, passes unanimously. Okay. All right.
And Chair,
hold on.
OCA will work with staff on the resolution of denial. We'll bring that back to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could do me a kindness. Would you be kind enough? Hold on real quick before you leave. Did the chair do a good meeting today? Did I run a good meeting? Okay. It is very difficult. It is difficult. If you would please just exit to the back of the room, take all the time that you need outside, and thank you for turning out today. We will now move on to item number 3. I have to call her name, so we'll just wait here. We'll just wait for a second. She didn't come for I'm going to call it anyway. I'll call it. Okay. Well, I have to do it. I have to do it. Have you ever seen John Wick? The movie? Rules, Jonathan. We have rules. It's like, all right, sir, hold on real quick. Let me finish up the meeting and let me finish the 1 minute, please. I have one thing to finish up, ladies and gentlemen. Is there an Alexandra Coe here? Alexandra Coe? One time, Alexandra Coe. Okay, that being said, we have no further business today. The meeting is adjourned.